Hi friends, my name is Host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People, and the man who just pushed a button on his computer that says, or it said before he pushed it, start streaming. Now it says stop streaming. So if I were to push it again, I would be doing something contrary to my intention at the moment. It would have to be an accident or something like that, or I'd be compelled by force to some outside force to do that. It wouldn't be a voluntary choice to push it now, but it was just a second ago. Amazing how a change of circumstances can create an entirely different reality. So I'm streaming now because it's important to have a reason why, of course. You wouldn't want to watch somebody live stream who doesn't have a good reason why they're live streaming. I'm streaming right now because I feel like I'm popping full of ideas I just want to meow about, or else they just run around in my head, you know. I guess you could say that I go through cycles of ideational poppery that don't actually coincide really with my Adderall cycles. My productivity does, but not the ideational poppery. Like, right now, the reason I have so much ideational poppery going on is because there's a lot of stuff hitting in ways that make big meaning splashes, and so those trigger other things, and before you know it, you got rock slides and avalanches all over the place. Which is, I mean, it's one of those unfortunate things, kind of, in that you want you know, being an ideator it's like a conveyor belt. You don't want too much shit to pour out on the conveyor belt all at once, because then you get all like, I got too much stuff to talk about, or whatever. Hello, Jack. How are you? I hope you're doing well. You know why, Jack? Because I'm what's known as a well-wisher. Well-wishers wish others well. They don't wish you to have a well, nor to fall in a well, just generally wish you well. So, one thing that's been causing me to do a lot of ideation is my recent pattern of uploading and approach to YouTube in general, trying things that I hadn't really done much of before, basically in terms of length. So, I've not historically wanted to do a lot of excerpting of live streams, although I've always thought it was a good idea. But doing shorts, the arrival of shorts to YouTube, hi Sky Gear, will you stop calling me boss? Oh wait, I'm sorry, you're just purposely misspelling boys. Now I understand. Unless you're using the acronym Big Old Indians, which might be also the case. Anyhow, you're getting me off topic with your greetings. God, stop throwing random shit out there all the time to make me all off topic. I was saying something super important about something. I don't even remember what it is now. Oh, you ruined everything. I want to get you a badge that said, I ruined everything. And you have to wear it all day, every day, for 3 years. Right, thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. So, yeah, shorts really have impacted my perception on video making aesthetics, because I'm learning how to make shorts that work on a shorts aesthetic better or less well, which does seem to correlate to how well they do on the shorts feed, sort of. as far as I can tell. It's a tough thing to check because I'm having to trust my own intuition. I should ask Rachel directly more. For some reason, it's like, NI ignoring is also saying like, wait, don't give me any NI right now because I'm not there yet. and that's stupid. It's super dumb. I should just ask her. She's, it's like, I guess I feel like if I ask her, well, I know what it is. It's the FE thing. It's because I feel like if I ask her and I don't agree with her decision ultimately, or her position on it, or perspective, I should say, then there's FE thing going there. Like, well, if then I feel like, I should probably say something like, it doesn't impact my perceptions of your judgment or intuition in general. Which is that's the weird thing. It's like with the FE frame of reference, you're protecting the shared label against instances that might contradict it because you don't want to deal with the FE maintenance of establishing the status that doesn't change the status. Very strange. But yeah. I mean, one way in which Rachel's intuition helps me a lot is simply listening to me and intuiting that I'm working something out. I just, you know, and encouraging me to continue to be my silly self. So earlier tonight, I was explaining to her. I explain things to her all the time that she doesn't ask to have explained. And as I'm in the middle of explaining this particular thing, which was basically the aesthetics of a joke that I was. Well, I mean, I can put it up right now. This is exactly the question that I was talking to Rachel about, and I'm still not sure about, but I haven't revisited since back the thing I'm referencing right now. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to put up as a media source here this video of one cut of this joke, and then I'll put up as a media source, or I guess as a window capture, and not a different cut that's shorter, and I want you guys to tell me which cut's better. Now, I just saw this commenter I asked. I don't know what that means. Commenter. Oh, I see. That's because I didn't wait long enough. That's why I didn't understand. I see where you're going here. Okay, so what am I doing? Right, I'm gonna play this. We're talking about like a 27-second long cut of a joke versus a 20-second long cut of a joke. Okay, I'm gonna ask. Hi, MacDaddy. I'm glad you're here because you can offer your thoughts on this too. This is a question I probably should just ask Rachel directly rather than explaining to her why I was having a question that I wasn't asking her directly. Regardless, let me put this thing on. Here. And this. Okay, so this is the cut I originally made and was going to upload, but then I thought maybe I should cut this other thing out. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. That one is the unlucky one. You'd prefer to be the one who's falling less, obviously. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Okay, so I can't hear it myself, but that's fine. I don't need to hear it. I know what it says anyway. So now I'm gonna play the second one. Okay, it's a little bit shorter. And I'm gonna do a window capture. Not that window, but instead this window. Won't capture that window or what? Won't capture that window. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to do this then. That's not a big deal. I just need to save the video as a separate file. So I'll do that. Alright, so this should be a short encode. Oh, you could see it after all. But only when it's up. I get it. It's one of those deals. It's like when in The Jerk, he explains to his employer, "Oh, I get it. It's a profit thing." Oh, that funny Steve Martin. Alright, here we go. We are ready to go. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. That one is the unlucky one. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Okay. So which one do you think is better? And once you guys offer some thoughts about it, if you have any, I will explain my thinking about it some. Okay. Well, one of them's a little shorter because in the first one, okay, so I'll play them both again. It's basically it's a timing issue in the sense that in one of them, in the first one, I do something that Norm Macdonald does, I think, too much early in his career, which is you can play with the timing in ways that, in other words, you're just sort of standing there going, is what Norm Macdonald would do. In this instance, I do a much more sort of subtle form of that, which is I repeat the concept that came before it in a different way that causes me to be like clarifying something that doesn't need to be clarified, which is kind of fun in and of itself, and kind of sets up the God thing at the end, but isn't necessary for meaning, right? So in other words, the God thing sets up the same way basically as a joke without it, but when it's there, that thing functions in a couple of different ways that I'm not sure if it makes it overall better or not. So I'll play those two things again. Here's the first one. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. And that one is the unlucky one. You'd prefer to be the one who's falling less, obviously. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Okay, and here's the second one. I'll bring it up as a media source, it'll be easier to deal with. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. And that one is the unlucky one. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Okay, so the other thing is, in all instances, when it comes to aesthetics at least, experience interferes with intuition. So in other words, like if I'm making aesthetic choices, the more I experience something, the less I can look at it as though it weren't linked to me. Okay, so you like the shorter one. Okay. No, it's not. It's like a few seconds difference because I repeat a concept. Okay, so in other words, if it were an informational video, it would be identical information being provided. Okay, the thing that's absent in the second one, that's there in the first one, is a repetition of a piece of information from a different perspective that works as a timing buffer kind of a thing, and or give me a chance to come up with the next part of the joke, but to fill space before I come up with the next part of the joke or whatever. And it says, I mean, you definitely would prefer to be the one who's falling less. Now that concept is expressed right before then, but in a different way. What do you mean you don't get the joke? I mean, it's the same source material in both cases. It's just one has an additional piece cut out. That's it. So I don't keep better eye contact in the second one. It's just that I get to the end faster. Okay. I will look at it again and see if I can make that cut a little more, a little less of a seam there. I'll see if I can fix that. Thank you for the feedback. Oh, thank you for hiding that person. Whoever beat me to it. All over my hand. Thank you. But it's interesting how people respond to it, right? So the first thing that both Mac Daddy and Jack said was that they needed more, or that they didn't remember it or whatever right away. Like, so that's understanding. Okay, but then these sort of comments are strange to me because what you're saying then is that some part of the gesturing or vocal tone in the bit I cut out from the first one either bugged you or I'm not sure, but the thing is, it's the exact same meow of an excerpt, and they both have stuff cut out from that meow, but one has one additional little piece cut out. Yeah, sure, I'll show you guys again. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. And that one is the unlucky one. You'd prefer to be the one who's falling less, obviously. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. I do not know why this is so hard to explain. The gesturing and vocal tone in both of them are the same, except one of them has a part in it that doesn't exist in the other one. Okay? If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. That one is the unlucky one. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Okay. Here's the first one again. I'll do it one more time. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. That one is the unlucky one. You'd prefer to be the one who's falling less, obviously. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. That one is the unlucky one. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Okay, I won't play them again, but I'm glad that I did play that extra time, because this is one of the things I want to talk about here, which is it becomes very challenging to find the exact right spot where you have your the amount of experience you need to intuit something, but not more than that, such that it starts to sully your intuition. Now, this is for me with the 4 and 5, okay? So, I mean, I don't know how that plays out for other people, but it's hardest with comedy. So, in other words, your experience renders comedy like Ray, you made me change pronouns. Mom, Ray made me change pronouns. Okay. I is the pronoun I'm using tonight. I've decided to go with I. So, I can't tell which of them is better, because now neither of them is funny to me, because I've heard them so many times, trying to figure out which of them is better, and or trying to get it the right cut. It's a surprisingly hard task to do. The main aesthetic growth I'm having, though, I think, is my cuts are getting shorter in general. So, okay, so when you say the second one has better delivery, that's very much possible. Whereas, like, tone and gestures being different aren't. Because delivery is about timing, and getting rid of that chunk from the first thing makes the delivery of the joke better. That's very possible. Because it can be the same sort of material, and the delivery come out better. What are you talking about? You can't fall more or less, obviously. Falling is like pregnancy, death, uniqueness. You can't be more or less of it. That's what's funny about it. It's not an insight, it's hilarious. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, and that just goes to show you how important these kind of choices are, right? It's these aesthetic choices that seem very small, can have a huge impact on how well the the thing works, you know? So I want to make the right one. I mean, I'd like to succeed by this, what Steve Martin says, right? In my dream world, I would like to succeed by being too good to ignore. That was Steve Martin's advice to about how, like, what do you have to say to aspiring whatever? Say, his quote was, "Be so good they can't ignore you." That's what I would like to have happen, and I think it's plausible because, it's plausible because I'm slowly losing the last layers of fear, which is to say, I'm really starting to think, okay, well, you're not a native English speaker, right? The fact that you guys don't get it is hilarious as well to me, because that's just shows how differently people can perceive things. Right, you can't. That's true, men like gods. But if I had said that, I would understand why people don't get that joke. That's why I use the word more. No, I am shocked to hear you say that. That's a really surprising thing to hear you say. It's actually not a factor. You guys, they proved that guy who dropped things off that tower proved that a long time ago. Men like gods is correct. I'm shocked to hear Skygear say that. that is stunning. Skygear, wow. I get to correct you for once. What a happy day it is for me. Hey everybody, make a note of this on your calendars. Make a note of this red letter day. This is the day that I corrected Skygear, rather than the other way around. I have no drinks. And I don't want, what I'm doing is I'm fighting making a pot of coffee. Trying to find some half-assed substitute for what I want, because I don't feel like putting in the 1 minute and 20 seconds it takes me to make a pot of coffee. Or to get it started, you know, I have to wait. It's like, can you drip any slower? And that's when it struck me. I know what would make you drip faster if the water were heavier. Who was that guy who dropped those balls off that tower anyway? Anybody know his name? Did he drop them off of the Leaning Tower of Pisa? For some reason I think he might have done that. But it seems, it seems too funny a notion to be true, but for some reason I think it might be the case. You know what I'm talking about? Men like gods? Was it Galileo who dropped those things off that thing? No, I'm making coffee. I'm making coffee. Oh, thanks, Oliver. Jeffrey says no. Jeffrey says I'm full of shit of the Leaning Tower pizza. Okay, well, you know, I'm going to still hope in my dreams that maybe one day, without me researching it, I'll find out that I was right. Look at that. Men Like God says, yes, he did drop it from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I agree with Jeffrey's basic frame of reference here, which is, it seems too silly to be true. But apparently it is. I mean, I'm putting a lot of faith in men like God, but, you know, he seems like a upstanding, respectable person. I'm sure I'm sure I can trust what he's saying here. If you won't respect my pronouns, I won't respect your prepositions. If you don't respect my adverbs, I'll not respect your sentences. You know what I want to start saying? Hey, respect my prepositions. Because Jeffrey, you weren't here the other day when we were discussing this, which is a very important topic. But one of the biggest problems the world has is that many, if not most people, have the wrong preposition to go with standing. People try to above stand, below stand, beside stand. They'll try to upper stand, lower stand. They'll try to outstand or instand, through stand, between stand. What they need to do is understand. Do you now, at long last, finally, understand? That's Jeffrey. You guys hear me talk about him plenty. Yeah. All these people here know Jeffrey, who you are, because I talk about you plenty. I mean, you know, if you were to watch any random live stream for any long stretch of time, you probably wouldn't hear me talk about you. But considering, thank you for encouraging me to do that, Yo-Yo. You're a good person for being for being on Team Eric making music. I appreciate that. I think that's Jacob Maxon, actually. Jacob Maxon has always gotten teased because he looks just like Michael Jackson and his name sounds like Michael Jackson, but it's actually Jacob Maxon. It's a penguin on your face. Do you want me to wipe it off? You've got a penguin on your face, flying all around penguin face. Here, I wipe it off. If you've got a penguin on your face and you'd like somebody to wipe it off, call me. I charge $600 a wipe. But I'm guaranteed to wipe it off in no more than 36 wipes. Yep, it's that Jeffrey. Oh yeah, that one. The Jeffrey. You know what type he is, don't you? You know what type Jeffrey is. He's that special type. Starts with an E, ends with a P, has a second letter of an N, has a third letter of a T. It sounds like meow, 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 but with different vowel sounds. Stuff. Jeffrey, you don't even remember. You don't even care. Yes, you're an ENTP. I spent all this time teaching you the ways of personality and the lack of passion you exhibit towards my favorite topic. Your mom is such an ESTJ. You know, I had a conversation with her yesterday. And you know what she told me is that basically that, okay, I get it. There's a lack of chemistry between like me and Chloe. And that's why I don't think Chloe should do debate. I said to her, why don't you ever listen to anything I say? You know, I make very clear to her why I think it's not a good idea to put Chloe in debate. But she doesn't believe me. She believes that it's because I don't like working with Chloe. Because how could it possibly be the case that I would actually be making a decision on what's true and singularly determining about a matter? Because your mom's introvert intuition polar, which is to say it's her blind spot. Now, note, you and I both do an excellent job of ignoring the same function. In other words, the simple obvious truth isn't going to get in our way. But the simple honest truth seems to be impossible to get in your mom's way. Oh, she's such an ESTJ. So, yeah, it's like, the thing is, this is, and for everybody else who knows cognitive functions more than Jeffrey, this is a very excellent kind of NI polar test, which is, I wonder if you could ask some sort of question. Let's say a teacher informs a parent, you as the parent, that, I mean, there's no way to reconstruct it. It's, you know, it's so, but it's like, I've had so many long conversations with Jeffrey's mom saying the same thing in different ways, but she just doesn't believe me. She is assuming I'm just bullshitting her. Oh, so funny. Well, you know, Jeffrey, what they say in personality typing, that your mom's type is the benefactor to our type. One of the things that means is, as Socionics says, they cannot hear you at all. They cannot hear you at all. My dad's an ESTJ too. He just cannot hear me. And things that are arguments that are like determinate for me are irrelevant to my dad. And he seems to have this weird blindness about conveying that we were not on the same page about something and now we understand each other, we're talking about the same thing. When that shift occurs, he never gives me any cue whatsoever that anything has changed. You know, it's like, I'll be like, he'll say, well, you know, what was this thing he was talking about the other day that he had wrong? And I tried to explain it to him. Oh, it was... Oh, he wanted to know why his phone had a record of an outgoing communication to Google. But the reason was because it was like we're re-verifying your phone thing. It was legit. And I had to explain to him that the reason he didn't do anything but his phone did something is because he had set that up when he installed the thing. It just hadn't happened yet, you know. It wasn't that somebody remotely had hacked into his phone and was doing things from it, which he has fears about that kind of stuff because he was the victim of an identity theft because his his digital security was just non-existent prior to that happening. So once I explained it, he gave me no cue that something had happened there, where he had previously misunderstood it, and now he understood it properly. And he's always been like this too. This has always been this way. It seems to indicate that he doesn't note the thing that's occurred as a real event that's occurred. It's a weird thing. And to the extent that I identify with my own correlate with that, it's actually not in the polar. I feel more like that about SE in the 8th. But from my perspective, observing it in him, that's what it's like. I think if I were to look like that in any of my functions, it would be more 8th. But that's my own perspective looking at it, rather than actually thinking about what it would look like to other people. So, okay, Rain, listen. They cannot have just more momentum unless they buy the velocity too. Okay, we're not. These are not for individual sale. They come in a unit together. This is why this company is going bankrupt, because you're here trying to tell people they only need more momentum, while being a salesman of both momentum and velocity. You're only doing half your job. Like, I'm a salesman of viscosity and thermal breakdown. Now, that's a tough one to sell, because everyone says, well, why don't I just use better motor oil? And I'm saying, I'm not just talking about thermal breakdown in your engine. I'm talking about the relationship between viscosity and things, and separately, independently, unrelatedly, the relationship between thermal breakdown and things. So, the same kind of TI joke that I made with the falling more is exhibited in this other joke I made the other night, which was, it goes something like this. But you want to talk about some difficult math. Things get really tricky when you try to convert things from a unit of distance into a unit of weight. So, a kilogram and a kilometer, they're in the same system, so they should convert easily. But it's actually easier to convert kilometers into miles. Amazingly. It's actually incredibly difficult to convert, say, 3 kilometers into kilograms, because the math involves in figuring out how much 3 kilometers weighs is just extremely sophisticated. Now, that's one of those jokes that somebody who's not TI might not get, but probably by the very end of it, maybe they would get it. Eric Harris is way hotter than Cables. Cables way hotter than Eric Harris. But Karma's pimp is hotter than either Eric Harris or Cables. And Fly Guy is the hottest of them all. Except for Jack Torrance, who's slightly hotter still. Or perhaps Oliver is the hottest will. He win the hotness competition when he goes against Mac Daddy, and then host Eric's run out of the people, so I guess that means I'm the hottest. People Magazine Sexiest Man Alive? Me? Wow. You have yang wood energy. Well, you just started at the bottom. If you go around the circle again, you get back to the top. Remember, everything in life is a circle. As far as I can think of, there's only one thing I can think of that's not a circle. Yeah, a square. That's it, though. That's the only thing I can think of that's not a circle. So my math joke there, if you're going to tell TI jokes like that, then you definitely need to be aware of how much cueing you need to give the joke hearer. And here's another example of this kind of aesthetic thinking about comedy. It's not about anything I did, which is earlier tonight I was watching Secret Word. Secret Word is hilarious. There's an SNL skit with Kristen Wiig in it, playing this ridiculous character. It's got such a simple concept, and because they execute it so well, they can do the same concept like in 10 different videos, and it's still fucking hilarious. Which is, there's this like ENFP, ESFP exaggerated Broadway actress character that Kristen Wiig plays, and she's playing Secret Word, but every single time, you know, they're like, remember now, don't say the secret word. And then she says it. It's just that simple. But because Kristen Wiig does it so well, and because the whole thing's so brilliantly written too, I mean, they're not always just as good. They're not all equally good. But the thing about it is, it's very revealing about the mechanics of comedy, because the thing that makes you laugh so much after you've watched, like, I don't know where I started in it. Like, it's not like I found some playlist that said all the Secret Word SNL skits from number 1 to the end of them. I don't know exactly how many of them there are, but it seems to be about 5 or 6 or 7. I don't know. But I guess it doesn't really matter where you start, because it gets increasingly hilarious as she's doing different things to like it, basically in the way that she's saying the words she's not supposed to say in all of these different ways. It's just super funny. I mean, it's the sort of thing that if I explain it to you as conceptually, that it's a joke, it's a skit about a secret word game show in which the celebrity who's giving the clues keeps saying the secret word. It's not that. I mean, even just describing it like that, it's kind of funny, but it's not like you go, oh yeah, that's hilarious, Eric, when I explain it like that. But if you were to watch it, you'd see what I'm saying. I was laughing so hard earlier watching these things. They were so funny. Kristen Wiig is, I am a very big fan of her. And the thing is, I'll go ahead and say it. I can't think of really any other woman comedian that I like or particularly would ever try to watch or anything like that. And yet, Kristen Wiig, I probably more actively like and watch than anybody else, because when she's on, oh my god, she's so hilarious. That woman is fucking hilarious. Yeah, I really enjoy it. If you haven't yet seen Liza Minnelli Tries to Turn On a Lamp, you can start there. That's just spectacular. And the cool thing about Liza Minnelli Tries to Turn On a Lamp, the cool thing about her in general is she's possibly The only comedian I can think of who does physicality in her humor to great effect. Like, it's always like a character affect the physicality. It's not just meow or whatever. No, she's not really a comedian. She was on SNL and she's an actress and she plays in a lot of comedy movies, but she's not like a stand-up comic exactly. She may have done that at some point in her career, but I've never seen anything like that. She's just a really brilliant character actress and a really hilarious one. She does great impressions. Her impressions are fantastic. Her impression of Drew Barrymore is hilarious. Um, her impression of Bjork is hilarious. Well, I think every female comedian probably makes jokes about her vagina. It is the funniest part of her body. She might as well use that to good effect. Yeah, well, I mean, it does seem to be one of those gender stereotypes that is really borne out in reality, as far as I can tell. Like, but just like every other time you try to fucking say you can't be because you're a girl or something, or because of any other reason, somebody from that group will emerge as the best, and and Kristen Wiig is, you know, I mean, most of the people the other person who's really funny I'm sorry, there's another chick I can think of. Another comedian I really, or comedy-ish person that I respect a lot is um, that lady who just, who did, it's called Strangers with Candy, where she played um, something blank. What was her last name? And she was a 40-year old woman who got out of prison and went back to high school. That show, that lady's really good too. Men evolved to be funny to reproduce. Ah, we did. Yeah, well, back in hunter gatherer society, you see the guy who could sneak up on the animals and make them laugh with a slapstick joke, then made the animals a lot more easy to kill as they were rolling around with their side splitting humor, so that the proto-humans, the hunter-gatherers, could greatly improve their stock of protein thanks to the comedian's great jokes and kill bigger animals than they otherwise would be able to. So that explains humor. Jordan Peterson's pretty cool. Yeah, he is pretty cool. I mean, the thing is, I don't have any problem with Jordan Peterson per se. My point is always one of Jordan Peterson would be great if his and my roles were switched. He's just not he's not ready for prime time intellectually, regardless of in whatever other ways he might be. Eric, when you ask the typing question of the true-false question and the question with no true answer, for the latter type, are you looking for a false premise question? What exactly were you listening for in the answer to the question, and in what way is it revelatory? I didn't know. I'd never asked the question before. I hadn't thought about it when I asked it. I wasn't. I wasn't doing anything specific. At that point, I was just eliciting words from the person and letting and letting data build up. So, in other words, my initial burst of questions sometimes will just be random things, just so I can have enough like logs to start building something on, rather than just dirt. Yeah, Amy Sedaris. Amy Sedaris is really good too. I think she's an ENTP. Uh, I, I don't know about Kristen Wiig. It wouldn't shock me if she were an ENTP as well. But that would explain why her humor hits me so right on point in part. Although, yeah, I mean, she very well could be an ENTP. I wonder what type. I've posited before that Will Ferrell is an ENTP as well. And I think he probably is too. If you watch both Will Ferrell and Kristen Wiig doing their jobs on Saturday Night Live, you will see two professionals who are fundamentally better at being professionals at that thing than everybody around them. And I would say him, Oliver. I typed him. And I asked him a lot of questions to make sure he was, in fact, Mandalorian. So, when I typed him, I said, okay, imagine a scenario. You are fighting with somebody in a bar fight. And as you're in the middle of the fight, you see, walk in, this guy's got huge beef with you. So, you gotta hurry. But then, you let down your guard, and the other guy you're fighting here, he jumps on you, and he's about to kill you. And then the guy you got beef with comes over and kills that guy. What do you think and do? And naturally, Boba Fett said, the kill was without honor. An enemy assisted me. Well, okay. That's consistent with Mandalorian. That is consistent. I shot some projectiles at his armor. Maybe not enough to prove this real Mandalorian armor, but not every Mandalorian has all real Mandalorian armor. So even that wouldn't have been definitive anyway. I wouldn't need to. It's like those kind of behavioral correlates with armor aren't really strong testing questions. So, or what we call armor correlates. It's not so much a behavior within a Mandalorian as it is a way of life. Let's be honest, an alpha doesn't know the difference between Camino and Kimono. I don't know what a Camino is either. Camino. I know what a kimono is. And I know where Kyoto is. It's in a country called Japan. So it wouldn't be inappropriate for you to wear a kimono in Kyoto. But I'm not sure if one can even wear a Camino, let alone wear one appropriately in Kyoto. Let's see. So, Fly Guy says, I want to see what's going on here between Fly Guy and Mac Daddy. Oh, Camino. I see. Camino must be a Mandalorian city or something. Look, you can take Boba Fett out of Mandaloria, but you'll never take the Mandalorian out of Boba Fett. And if you do take Boba Fett out of Mandaloria, well, he either better be in a coma or you have his full consent, because the phrasing of that makes it suggest you're trying to force him to go with you. And I don't think you're going to live through that, because he's tough. He's going to shoot ropes out of his arms, wrap you up, throw you in a pit. That's how he does business. Oh, Camino is where the stormtroopers were created by cloning the last surviving Mandalorian. How did they get more of them? You know, I gotta say, my opinion of Mandalorians has gone way down. Because as I recall, stormtroopers were insanely easy to kill and incredibly poor shooters. They had zillions of opportunities to get Han, to get Luke, to get Leia, and they fucked every single one of them up despite having superior numbers, superior positions, superior weaponry. So, I mean, maybe that last surviving Mandalorian was the dud of the bunch or something, because I know if they had made that clone army out of Boba Fett's, we wouldn't be having this discussion. We'd all be Empire property now. No true male has time for this Camino rambling. Well, it's true, but ever since I've been castrated, I've found the time for it. So I guess that's consistent with your hypothesis, though doesn't validate it exactly. I mean, certainly my experience has been consistent with that. When I did have my testicles, I never talked about this, and now that they've been removed by an errant farmer who mistook me for his cow while sleepwalking in a tragic accident one night, I do talk about it. Oh, you guys are talking about alpha, like alpha male. Yeah, you're not talking about alpha quadra. I was confused. Shame on me for my confusion. Oh boy, Eric. You're going to spend the rest of your life confused? Seems like it. What else did I want to talk about besides that joke aesthetic thing? A lot of people it's generally used that way by people who see. Look at the way you phrase that, Mac Daddy. Look at your passive voice. You are smearing too much passive on your voice. A better way to ask the question is, when someone calls another person a beta male, is it most likely they're just trying to effie insult them? And the answer would be yes. Stop smearing passive on your voice. That's my message to the world. Then we wouldn't have so many reification fallacies running rampant everywhere through birds and trees. A kimono is a dress a lady in Japan wears. It immediately turns her into a geisha. Or geisha, depending on which direction she swings in. That's a good joke right there. A kimono is a dress that turns a Japanese woman instantly into a geisha. Or a geisha, depending on which way she swings. I don't want to be politically incorrect. I don't want to not be inclusive, I should say. You know? A kimono is a dress that turns a Japanese woman instantly into a geisha. Or a geisha, depending on which way she swings. I don't want to not be inclusive. That's a good joke. Now, it doesn't seem funny to me right now because I'm working on it. But it's it's a good joke because it does this thing where it seems like it's a joke it's kind of mediocre-ish until it reveals that that's just the setup for the good part, right? Which is a good joke construction in general. So it's like a joke is just a joke. A kimono is a dress that a kimono is a dress that instantly turns Japanese women into a geisha. So that's like a good joke in the sense of, oh, you're just being shock jockey, right? Until you get to the end and you say, or geisha. I don't want to not be inclusive. It goes from like, okay, kind of effectively like off the wall shocky into like meta hilarious. So whether or not it's actually funny or not, though, is immediate. It has become lost to me in the fashion I said it before, where my experience with something, rendering my intuition useless on it, especially humor, because I can't rely on any authentic response to it to know anything about it anymore. My authentic response to it is hi, Eric Thor. Well, we tried that for a while, but it turned out that they had this problem where they were constantly going on journeys, and so we had to stop that and replace them with the C Erics. The correct spelling, you might call it. That's why Eric with a C is spelled with a C. The C stands for correct. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get myself a cup of coffee. And look at me. Look at me successfully get up without bumping into either of those two bump-intoable things. Now believe me, these two things are extraordinarily bump-intoable. Let's see if Eric Thor gets the joke. Okay? I want to see if Eric Thor gets this joke. You're a foreigner. You're from a foreign country. So I've had already one foreigner and one non-foreigner tell me that they don't get this joke. It's only 20 seconds long. So you'll survive. Here we go. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. That one is the unlucky one. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Do you get the joke? Is it hilarious? On a scale of oh God to absolutely hilarious, where does it land? Yeah, king of not being a C. That's what you're king of. Namely, king of wrong spelled names. I mean, I'm not sure about much in this world, especially in the land of typology where things are so topsy-turvy. But there's one thing I'm sure of. Eric Thor spells his first name wrong. I've checked it against my own first name, and they are not the same. And I know my name's spelled correctly, so his must be spelled wrong. Well, men like gods, here's the problem with your perspective on it now, right? So, unless you got here after the previous thing, you didn't get the joke. Okay. You can't fall more or less. It's conceptually insane. If you're falling from the sky, from like an airplane, how do you fall more or less? You know, it's a binary status, like pregnant or dead. You're not more or less dead. It's the same thing as that, right? But it's funny because, I mean, it seems funny to me because how ridiculous would it be to think that somebody might think that one can fall more or less? Until I present the joke and realize apparently people do think that. I mean, not just you, lots of people apparently think that. I mean, it's not absurdist. It's a TI joke, right? There's nothing random or absurd about it. It's a TI joke. Just like my joke about, but what's really hard is doing the math to convert weight to distance. So it's like, how much exactly does 3 kilometers weigh? In kilograms. That conversion math is very difficult. It's funny because, of course, it's a category error. You can't convert weight into distance. It doesn't make any sense at all, right? But what I'm discovering is that things that are hilariously insane to me like that, in just automatically without, I'm not like I'm thinking about it going, does it make sense to have more or less falling? The ridiculous idea of somebody going like, I'm falling more than you, makes me laugh, and then I make a joke about it, and then I discover other people, they don't, it's like, they are not perceiving the world in the same way as I am, and I keep like assuming certain things that are not the case. So that's just life in the big city, you know? That is life in the big city. In other words, some people apparently don't realize just how hilarious my jokes are and have mistakenly failed to laugh adequately at them due to their own ignorance and incompetence at getting jokes. Is basically what I'm saying. You miss Varge's stuff? Varge? Who's Varge? Is that what you call your mom's badge? Varge? Because your mom's name is R. Varge's wife is a nutter. What's a nutter? Does that mean somebody who wants a nut upon or at? Or somebody who is not going to do that? You're going to go make breakfast? Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I'll put it on my calendar. Eric Thor eats breakfast. 11:40 p.m. January 4th. or whatever. Strange time to eat breakfast. Apparently you didn't hear about my time zones thing? That you guys, you're not fooling with your time zone lies anymore? But they still try to fool me with it. It's like, no, you're just not keeping track of time correctly. It's not a different time zone. It's just you seem to think that 11:40 at night is breakfast time. That's what's wrong with you. And everybody who doesn't live near me, apparently, because they all seem to be lying to me about time zones. Of course he's having lutefisk. Eric Thor eats nothing but lutefisk all day, every day. He eats more lutefisk than I smoke weed. After all, he's from Scandinavia. Home of lutefisk. If you want to make your fisk very delicious, luta it. Did you guys, any of you happen to see my Czechoslovakia video today? I was so surprised to learn that. And I felt so like, oh, boy. Because I knew about the country of Slovakia existing, and I knew about the country of the Czech Republic existing, but I had never put it together that they had formerly been one country. And that Czechoslovakia, the reason it's called the Czech Republic is because the Slovakia was never part of its identity in the first place. That the O probably just meant and. Czech and Slovakia. Now, the problem with Czech is Czech to us sounds like the name of a person from Czechoslovakia, which doesn't exist anymore. And so we wouldn't think of calling the country itself Czech, right? You knew that about the Czech Republic. Okay, well. Just because I learned it today doesn't mean you had to have not learned it yet. That makes perfectly good sense and is fine. Did you know about those little fish? Did you know about this little fish that can recognize itself in the mirror? Do you know about that one? Jack, hey, do you know about that one? That those little fish can recognize themselves in the mirror? I also made a video about that today. What are they called? I forgot what they're called already. Cleaner fish, but wrasses. Cleaner wrasses. Yes, little cleaner wrasses. Those are the fishes that will go in between big fish's teeth and eat the bits of old food out of them. They'll go around their body and peck off the little bits of dead skin. They're used in biology classes generally to exemplify a symbiotic relationship between two species. So anyway, those little cleaner wrasses are one of just a very select number of few species that can recognize themselves in a mirror. Isn't that interesting? I didn't know that until today. You wouldn't, if you were going to guess, like, okay, well, since only a few species that seem to have high levels of metacognition can do this, what species do you guess might be included? Nobody would guess cleaner wrasses. Nobody would guess that. And yet somebody did the experiment to prove it on them, so that person must have guessed it. Or at least had some hunch that they were worth testing for, right? They do cool voodoo stuff with pufferfish glands in Haiti. Pufferfish glands. I want some. I've never had those before. I want to possess some of them. What does one do with them? Apparently, knowing thyself requires no special intellect. No, just a knowing bias and a willingness to be sure without adequate explanation. Induce a coma and then bring back from the dead. Oh, I have no use for that after all, and then I don't need any pufferfish glands. I don't plan to be doing any of that, so... Is there anything else you can do fun with pufferfish glands? Do they get you high at all? No? Never mind. I don't know. When you say pufferfish glands, I think, hey, that sounds like something maybe you crush up and snort or something. I'll go for that, maybe. But no. If not, then no. I don't want them. You find me the gland of a fish that will get me high. Okay? I don't know what's taken people such a long time that for people to come up with, to figure out which fish in the ocean, which gland in which fish in the ocean, there's got to be some gland in some fish in the ocean gets people high. I can practically guarantee it. There's got to be some part of some fish somewhere in one of the oceans of the earth that gets people high. I haven't smoked it yet. Why not? Oh, because it needs to be snorted? Well, I haven't snorted it yet either, so that's not a good enough reason. Oh, it has to be injected? Never mind. I don't want it. That's not. I'm not gonna do that. But I can move it if that helps. Boofing fish glands. Boofing fish glands to open the doors of perception is a good title for a book. Enlightenment through fish gland boof. Oh, I know what other video I was going to make today I didn't get around to because of all the doctor stuff. And the reason I was going to make it, I saw it when I was playing around on my phone when we were at the doctor's office, but because of my enlightenment video, which I watched a part of again because of a comment by somebody saying, no, actually, that's a good video. I like it. Well, I watched it again, and no, it's not a good video. It's got a fair number of good jokes in it, kind of, and written out, not spoken jokes. And the music's kind of weird and kind of interesting, but it's too long, and it's so lacking in any sort of central identity as to what it is that I see it as a complete train wreck. But regardless, what gets recommended to me when I look at that thing? Eckhart Tolle's new video that he put out 4 days ago. And guess how many views Eckhart Tolle's new video has in 4 days? 256,000. Okay. and you know what it's titled? Best advice for like how to change your life in 2022, something like that. That guy has 256,000 views in 4 days. That guy. I mean, it's like this. Society supposedly values and prioritizes like intelligence or creativity or correctness or something like that. It pays a lot of lip service to it. But for every person who actually wants anything intelligent, there are 50,000 people who think Eckhart Tolle's intelligent. Even though, like, Deepak Chopra is more intelligent than Eckhart Tolle in what he says, for sure. Even though he's not saying anything particularly intelligent at all either. He seems to have some sense of the ridiculousness of his job, for lack of a better word, than Eckhart Tolle does, who seems to be in this rich delusion state. Like, I suspect he's very, very carefully managing the disposition of his affect. Like, in other words, like, he's putting up exactly as many things as he should in order to keep a certain amount of mystique and also to protect himself from revealing too many words that leave him open to critique, I kind of like Rachel Ray. I don't hate Rachel Ray. The thing is, I see Rachel Ray as kind of this textbook ESTJ acting like an ESFJ, or possibly ESFJ acting like an ESTJ. Either way, NI polar, which is weird that Oprah picked her. Just take a snippet and post it on the Discord. Just take a snippet and post it for thee. Just take a snippet of your snippings, and snip, 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 snip with me. How about that Amelia Earhart? Whew, that was one sexy broad. That was one sexy broad. Tell ya, I would have fucked her if that plane crash hadn't beat me to it. Do you get that joke? But I don't get it. Well, because I'm using what's known as an equivocation fallacy by using the word fucked in two distinct ways that are exclusive of each other. Hilarious. Discord. Discord. You mean flaming dumpster fire? I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I don't know I'm free, but I am proud to be an American, actually. Or not really proud. Proud's a weird word for that. It's like, why would I be proud to be? Well, I mean, it's like I'm a believer in America, and what I see as the American way. But I can't take credit for its existence, so why would I be proud of it, right? But people say things. And still slaying magnitudes more than you. Well, I mean, you could say that about just about everything. That's a very low bar to hurdle. If everything is more successful than me, is better than me, then I mean, okay. But the thing is, I do make a distinction between just being successful and being. I mean, I make several distinctions. I make a distinction between what's most likely to succeed while still being aesthetically a good choice from my perspective or whatever. What I want to do aesthetically depends on the medium as to how much that links to what I want to do in terms of impacts. And it's usually, I'm not really prioritizing the impact end of it, the calculus, even though I'm making it maybe, right? And even when I do prioritize it, it's not because of it as a reason, really. Like, an instance when I prioritized explicitly likability to great effect was when I wrote Big Problem. What's the big problem? Before I sat down with any lyrics, I sort of decided that I was going to write a song that was explicitly designed to appeal to women on, like, that song speaks to me kind of way, So it was a conscious decision to write about something I normally would never write about, really, which is like this lady who's not being respected enough by her man and needs to just say, you know what, enough's enough. That's not really a thing I would naturally write about, but if I started, as I did, with this decision then it made sense to write about that, right? If that's your frame of reference, hey, nobody has a problem with anybody in any context ever, no matter what, okay? No matter what. Everything is always okay. You stop that right now. That is part of their culture. You need to respect it. Who are you talking about? What band was it where Ashcroft guy sang? I don't know who Ashcroft guy is. Oh, I wanted to tell you about my important new character that I've come up with. It's really just a name, but it suggests the character. Oh, and then I want to talk about something else that's also NI-ish, okay? So first, I'm going to tell you the name, and you tell me what kind of character you think of that's not an adult film character of some sort, okay? Here's the name. Subtle Dick Brazen Balls. Subtle Dick Brazen Balls. What kind of character do you think is named that is not an adult film character? Spurge is that weed that my grandmother used to make me pull out of her front lawn with a fork. You need to go pull the spurge. That's what she'd tell me. And then she'd go out and tell me I'm pulling it wrong. I have to make sure I get all the roots or it's just going to grow back. That's why he gave me the fork. I'm like, yeah, but I hate this. I'm paying you 25 cents. And, it's like, okay, well, I wish you wouldn't pay me at all so I could just resent it better and I just hate this and accept that I have to do it is because it's a chore. You're trying to make this consensual and it's definitely not, I didn't think it all out like that as a kid, obviously, but in retrospect, that was the what you might call argument feeling that I was having. Before I figured out various arguments, I had, for a lot of arguments, not for everything, but for a lot of things, I had what you might call an argument feeling, like this. Like these words aren't but there's no metaframe, right? So for me to operate under, so I couldn't really understand. I needed somebody to explain, okay, so this is this kind of talking and this is that kind of talking and this other thing is the other kind of talking, and you can figure out how they're different by using this kind of thinking and these are these other kinds of thinking, and you don't have this one. Like, it's like functionally, more or less. Ah, the name, yes. It's Subtle Dick Brazen Balls. Subtle Dick Brazen Balls. Give me a little bit of backstory or what kind of character is this? Wait, so Karma's Pimp says it sounds like someone you'd find on the BBC. Boba Fett says some jester on a pirate ship. Jonathan Masani thinking a pirate as well. I think that's probably more NI correct than what I'm saying. Will you guys stop fighting, please, Fly Guy and Jack? I don't like to see all that back and forth. It's just annoying because, oh god, there's emotion turmoil going on because people are having conflict, and I either got to just ignore it and not care, but then occasionally I think maybe I should care because it's not very pleasant or something. Other people care more than me, and then I have to think about that. So just stop. So what I was thinking though about that person's name is that he seems like King of the Norsemen or something. Like, I am Subtle Balls Subtle Dick Brazen Balls, king of the Norsemen. I have brought my men with me here to conquer, because you, the English, don't respect our sovereignty. Like that. Brits and Americans have PMC mercs on board. What are PMC mercs? Private military corporation mercenaries? I mean, they shouldn't. America shouldn't have. The American government should be employing none of this. No such thing. There should be no outsourcing of the fundamental job of government to have a monopoly on use of force to private industry at all, because that destroys the distinction between private and state. No, Legends Fall, you're contextually limiting him to right now in time. Back in the olden days, people had funny names and didn't realize it. Check, will you stop with the spurge, please? Enough, I said. Okay? I want you and Fly Guy to do a waltz together right now. Hold him closer. Now. I'll do the beat, and you guys do the dance. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Waltz and waltz, waltz and waltz, waltz and waltz. Good, better, good. There. Now do you guys feel better? It's okay, you can touch. Not there. No, that's too much touching. No, that's too much. No. Somebody get a stick, please. They have a magazine called Soldier of Fortune. Yeah, I'm familiar with Soldier of Fortune. It's been around forever, that magazine. It's like, I knew as a kid, even, that's where one went to hire a hitman. I'm sure that probably wasn't true, but I knew that at probably 7 years old or something. It was one of those common knowledge among the kids things. Some of which turned out to be complete bullshit, like earwigs make you deaf. That's totally bullshit. And it's funny how it's like, if there's no reason to question some of these beliefs ever, you'll just carry them forward until you realize one day, wait a second, that's so dumb. Why have I been believing that this whole time? There's something my mom told me as a kid that I repeated the other day to Rachel. It was not the other day, it was maybe like 2 months ago, but I was like, wait, that can't be right. But I can't think of what it was right now. Something to do with like catching a cold if you something like that. Some sort of health thing. Yeah, Blackwater is really depressing. I don't like thinking about that reality because it's like, okay. And here we're dabbling in fascism. It's like, why do we gotta dabble in all these provenly stupid things? Oh, let's dabble some more in socialism. Let's dabble some more in fascism. Let's dabble in just lawless authoritarianism with the drone strikes and freaking arbitrary indefinite imprisonment and torture. And it's like, what is happening to my country? But that's what happens when you don't have NTPs in charge. Because, as I said in the description of that video I put up about the doctor's office visit, that doctor is a perfect example of what happens when there's no framework. So, or the wrong framework. So in the medical profession, the framework is basically, it's never possible to do too much for your patient, and that the financial impossibility of that framework is somehow rendered moot by everybody needing to have insurance. Which, of course, it's not rendered moot, it's just made structural. And it's insane. It's completely insane. It's like the way the United States has health stuff set up, it would be much better off if we had a single payer system, even though that's basically socialized medicine, and you would not expect me to be in favor of something like that. But it would be way better than what we have now, because what we have now is a system of eliminating all financial factors from health decision making while including private companies to profit as unnecessary middlemen. And what's worst of all is there's this ever accelerating, well, I don't know if it's that, probably not. It's probably not runaway effect or something, but it probably is actually plateaued out in the last couple of years, I would guess. Well, I mean, except for COVID, but this thing that happens where they charge the insurance company price to insurance companies, and they charge a lower price to people paying in dollar bills. And the reason they do this is because nobody can unshamefacedly tell an actual person to their face that, well, it's going to cost like $1,200 for you to meet with the doctor for 15 minutes. So they have a price for cash patients that's different. And you might say, well, that's just sort of charity on their part, Eric. They're making sure that people who can't really afford their health care can afford their health care, but they're taking a loss on that. Well, they might be taking a loss on it, but if they are taking a loss on it, then they've got too much overhead, because even though what we did today was meet with a nurse practitioner for 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes, and occupy, I don't know, 7 minutes of the regular nurse person's time, and then for that we paid $130. So it's like, that's fine, that's fair enough and appropriate. So if they need to make I guess, $260 an hour for each one of their employees' hours time, then that's not a sustainable business model. I mean, who has to pay each of their employees? Who has to make so much money that it's like, who has so much overhead that converting an employee's 1 hour into $260 is not enough for you to pay for that employee's salary plus a little bit of that for overhead, given that you've got multiple employees and that sometimes you can squeeze multiple hours, work hours basically, out of the same time, depending on how well things can be delegated to, say, computers doing stuff like printing out a bunch of shit or whatever. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Rachel. Rachel. I'm making too much sense. The IDF also trains U.S. LEOs on police tactics. If we are to blame anyone for racist policing and militarization of the police, we can blame Blackwater and Israel. Well, I mean, I know exactly who to blame for the militarization of the police. It's very clear. The police. And politicians who gave them money. The problem is the police and the politicians got into this unholy, unspoken agreement that, hey, I'm vaguely your political leanings, and I can use law and order as a sort of fear mongering technique, and because I'm using that, of course, that means I'll promise to give you guys more money to buy more things to help protect us against this boogeyman I'm making up. And the cops go, great, because we want more toys, and we want more power, and we want less supervision. Because why? They're human beings. So, yeah, they want more money, more power, and less supervision. But unlike normal human beings, they have this sort of, they for way too long got this sort of organizational exemption from being treated as actual individual human beings who are just as susceptible to being wrong, guilty of harm doing, guilty of criminality as any of the rest of us, you know? Well, I would point out Legends Fall that Marx happened before any idiot took him seriously. But you could point out that idiots taking idiotic ideas seriously did happen before Marx. And if you were in fact claiming that that caused Marx, well, you know, I don't really think idiots need a lot of encouragement to be idiotic, but you can make the argument. It's not an unmakeable argument. that cake is not impossible to bake. Just a little tricky. You don't want your souffle to fall. Okay, but legends fall is fine. Legends are supposed to fall. Souffles? No, they're not supposed to fall. And that's where you and I aren't communicating right now. You're letting your souffle fall, and you just keep talking to me. I keep pointing it out. Don't let it fall. If it does, it can't get back up. What caused Marx? Mr. and Mrs. Marx. Well, that's true. Mr. and Mrs. Marx caused Marx. But what caused Marx's particular ideational? Yeah? In my opinion, it was a combination of him existing in and watching and seeing, observing an unjust society, and then using a non-logical tool function to philosophize about it, which is always a bad idea. It's a terribly, terribly, terribly bad idea. I mean, but, you know, it's like you can't blame people for wanting to express themselves, and you can't really blame them for failing to understand that they're not qualified, since nobody had any good justification to make that claim until cognitive functions. Fall may be your favorite time of year. Falling love's a great thing. But when it comes to souffles, it's an entirely different story. Wise words. I am the source of so many wise words. Oh, right. This other thing I wanted to talk about. So somebody suggested this thing, and I only saw like this little bit that I'm going to say right here, so I don't even know if any of the things that I intuited went along with that he actually said. But regardless, this is the bit I want to quote. Astronaut in the ocean. So this is, I'm viewing it as, and I think it was proposed under this video, as an NI test. What can you think of? Can you think of a situation in which somebody might say, "Oy, oy, oy, I'm like an astronaut in the ocean"? Okay, because I get it. I understand exactly what is going for here. Although I haven't actually come up with an example of a thing yet. Because once I got it conceptually, I didn't bother. But I wonder if other people get conceptually what's going on there, because it's not an expression that exists in the world, I don't think, as commonly used. So I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'll just let that sit there for a bit. The expression is astronaut in the ocean, and can you think of a situation in which one might say, ay, ay, ay. Oh, it's lyrics to a song? Okay. Well, so I guess the song doesn't probably explicitly state what's being implied there. I mean, so what's a comparable thing that might elicit somebody to say that, is the question. But no, it's not. That's not right. So Legends Fall, that's not correct. But no, that's not right at all relying on. So what it specifically conveys is that somebody just got back from something that was extremely dangerous, being in outer space, where they literally cannot live for a second unless they stay in this can perfectly. And now they're back home in the ocean. The thing is, what you guys are saying there is astronauts are supposed to be in space. So that's an inappropriate place for them to go. Astronauts don't go in water, they go in space. But if you actually think about that, as I described it there, what's being said is, like, oh, okay, the hard part's over. We can take a breath, and now we just gotta wait for the easy part to happen. That's what's being conveyed there. So it's like, what's a comparable situation? Waiting for the helicopter to pick you back up after doing helicopter skiing. Or, I mean, that's very, very similar. I mean, it's not really an analogy in a sense. It's more of a yeah. But the point of the question is to see if people get that, I guess. Now, I don't know if the person who mentioned this, now that I understand it's a song lyric, did all this stuff that I just did. But I suspect probably that's why he put it where he put it. I could just read his comment. Yeah, I have to do all this TI qualifying just because I didn't read the comment, but I intuited stuff from something I happened to glance at, right? Boba Fett, will you stop talking about things that are depressing? What are you, Captain Depression of the Depression Squad? Leading the world to another global depression? Like the Great Depression, which depressed not only America. Oh no! Stupid Eric! Stupid, bad, horrible Eric. Stupid, bad, horrible, sad Eric. God. I'm so tired of being intuitarded. Fortunately, I was too intuitarded to keep all the weed in the container, so I got this other lid full of it right here, but we're going to have to go to the weed store tomorrow. Actually, there's plenty left in Rachel's bottle, I think, here. I mean, it's not like Rachel's bottle, but, we just take the bottle and I just put some in another container so that we each have our own container of it. It's our weed, whatever. That's not the point. The point is I spilled a bunch of weed on the ground. And it's very shaky, so there's not really any picking it up. So, as I said the other day, pork me and the horse that I have ridden in upon. Yeah, well, I coined that word several years ago, "death by monkeys," 419. But I do I do appreciate you noting it. It seems to it took on some life of its own beyond me fairly quickly. People took right to it. I like it too. What's funny is I've had on at least one occasion, I think two occasions, somebody come in and use that word non-ironically to insult me, not knowing that I made it up as a joke about censors making fun of intuitives. In other words, there's a video somewhere. It's not a very good video, I don't think, but in which I'm playing the character of Rick Stevens, ESTP, and I say something like, "Alright, you intuitards. Look, you need to stop being so intuitarded and get away from your computers and go out there and do some shit, alright?" So, anyway, oh yeah, I can, Fly Guy. I've got the video evidence to prove it. I made it up. You see, this is a crazy thing. People come here and they have no idea that I even made it up. So that's some fucking reach. Yeah, I mean, isn't that crazy? I mean, it's a few years ago. But Fly Guy, I definitely made it up. There's not, trust me, I definitely made it up. And I get that things can sometimes be co-made up in different spots. No, I made that up for sure, but it caught on like wildfire immediately. It's like people loved it and took to it, but it rapidly descended from the intuitives to and it rapidly moved away from where it was originally contextualized as me making fun of a censor, making fun of an intuitive, and instead became that reality, which is absolutely amazing. And I'm so proud of that because that's what I really seek. And I kind of was thinking about this. I don't think enough in terms of how I'm so impact oriented as well. They're just NE impacts that don't actually impact people usually the way I think they're going to, or they're intuition impacts, which is to say, I'm all about words that have maximal impact when I can find them. So the reason I'm so convinced that I should be heard by so many people is because I believe in part that if people were to genuinely listen to me about evolution, for example, and toss that frame aside, then a lot of wrongnesses built up upon it would no longer have scaffolding upon which to sit and would fall, so that we could get rid of dumb things like because ripe fruit is red or something. So anyway, the point is that may not actually be the case in sort of the particularist manifestations that you can see, but I still believe it to be the case in a larger sense anyway, that discourse is the underpinning foundation of civilization itself. And the only reason we are civilized is because some people can make good arguments. And when we become uncivilized, it's because they're not listened to enough. So I am very impact oriented, even though I'm not an SE Dom. It's a different kind of impact that I'm thinking about. And because I'm intuitive, extrovert intuitor, or whatever, well, because I'm a meta analyst, I assume and I project this frame of reference that's only somewhat and partially true, which is that things that ought to cascade actually do cascade. In other words, I'm saying we need to define this top level shit best so that if you analytically structure things correctly, then you don't have to worry about all this bullshit that happens when it's been structured incorrectly or left unstructured. So it's like with the COVID thing, it was left unstructured, and so people default to some implicit frames that they're not recognizing are frames because they've never done any metacognition on framework. So it's like, look, you get these people operating under one or more presumptions that's actually the foundational assumption of what they're saying, and they're totally unaware that that relationship between ideas exists at all. So it's hard for me to internalize the reality because I don't ever experience it myself, that just because a frame has been clearly articulated, and just because that frame clearly cascades down and indicates certain things, doesn't mean that other people will recognize it as such and as doing such. Instead, there's a large amount of people who want/need to be dictated the frame contextually, like in this work environment, here's the frame of reference, and for that frame to operationalize as a negative duty in ways that can be very clearly articulated and that are not explained with whys. So the thing is, there are people in the world who need to know why, or else they won't get it right even if they understand what you're saying. I'm one of those people. In other words, I'll make assumptions about what you're trying to do with this information if I don't ask why enough. But most people aren't like that. It's probably just TI-1-2, mostly, who act like that in like workplace scenarios and stuff. And the vast majority of people don't want to know why. They just need to know, is that for sure or not? And even then, a lot of people just want to know what they're supposed to do rather than any epistemological question like that. So when we wish upon a star, it makes no difference who you are. Anybody can come to life when they wish on stars. Something like that. I don't remember the lyrics to the last bit there, but it sort of fits. And the other thing I wanted to say, which I thought was important, was someday my prince will come. And when he does, I'm going to sing that song to him. Someday my prince will come. But I'll probably then say, but I do not understand why it's taking so long, because I have been at this for hours. Get it? Do you get it? Someday my prince will come is a song that a lady who's been having sex for longer than she wants to sings. Please excuse my coughings. They were required by my biology, not willfully chosen. If questioning why the struggle for people with that TI Price Act, it seems there's not much good solution to bring people around to the habit of asking why. Right. I'm not saying that's What I'm basically saying is ENTPs should tell everybody else, and INTPs should tell everybody else what they can't do. Basically, or structure all the organizations so that the limiting principles are clear and follow logically and naturally from a sound mission statement or something like that. Because without that framework in place, everything turns into a clusterfuck of a disaster. I mean, as per my story about the doctor today. I didn't watch it. Did she watch it? I doubt it because she's been sick this like for a week or something. So she's been really like laid out, not really watching a lot of stuff, feeling kind of, I think both very bad and scared about what was wrong with her. So she's not really been consuming a lot of media, but she might have watched it. She probably wouldn't tell me if she had, because she probably knows I'm not very interested in that. No, she doesn't have the vid. She does not have the vid. There was the only reason I even floated that. If I don't know if I floated it publicly or not, but I did float it to the psychiatrist as a possibility, is because I read something that said tingling hands and feet, or tingling extremities, tingling in the extremities, I think is how it was phrased, can be a possible sign of COVID. When I talked to the nurse practitioner today, I talked to her about it, and she said she's worked with lots of people with COVID, and she said she described the symptoms of it to me, and they were all just symptoms of a cold. So, I mean, she immediately eliminated that. She's like, oh, no, that's not. So I'm like, okay, well, thank you, my wonderful darling, Rachel, Bobachel, Schmachel. If you aren't the smachelest Bobachel Fachel that I've ever Rachel-wacheled, then I don't know my Rachel Lapalosa. Gave your shrink a floater. Well, yeah, she's got serotonin syndrome. Okay, men like gods. Did you watch that video? Well, that's not what I read. And I researched the thing reasonably well. Well, not super well, but I researched it reasonably well. No, we are doing them. We are doing them. So, look. Here's the thing, everybody. This is where TI really comes in handy as a deciding function, and especially along with intuition. So, maybe the best way to put this would be to read some of this Luminello message I sent to the psychiatrist, because this is like, well, it's not a DMT diagnosis, it's serotonin syndrome. DMT is not the problem, it's the cause of the problem. Regardless, the point is, the point is this, that the question of what's wrong with Rachel is one that has the reason it's asked is to get the correct answer. The reason this supposed link is brought up is not to help us get the correct answer here, because we've already eliminated that possibility for other reasons that are quite convincing. So that's not why you're bringing this reason up. In other words, is not to help clarify the question of whether or not serotonin symptom is responsible, nor to cast doubt on it, even, but rather because you don't like the vaccine. I mean, it's true. Okay, well, anybody who's talking to me about various quote unquote bad impacts, bad vaccine side effects, have you done any research into the bad vaccine side effects of vaccines that we all take for granted and definitely subject our kids to? Things like measles, mumps, rubella, and the frequency of bad reactions to those and stuff like that. Have you put in a lot of research into finding another culprit that might be even worse than this vaccine that you hate so much? I don't think so. I don't think you're comparing this vaccine against anything real except perfection as a standard and highlighting things that one could be alarmed about as part of an overall advocacy that one should be alarmed about them. Look, Diamond, I'm not saying people should get the vaccine. Okay? Because, as I said very close to the beginning, probably whatever vaccine they make won't work because of the way coronavirus works. And I was right. And I said this is a good reason for us not to do things if we know they're likely to not work and they're sure to cause the harm that they are going to cause. Then that's a good reason not to do something. So, yeah, I mean, I made that case a long time ago. But you're not getting what I'm saying. This question of what's wrong, what's caused Rachel's current condition is not addressed by what they're saying about the COVID vaccine, even if it seems relevant and is true. Because it's already been eliminated as a possibility by the various arguments I've already made as to why it necessarily has to be this. So, it's like, once the fourth strong correlation vector locked into place, I said, okay, that's a complete case. That's done. This thing's decided. So, Rachel didn't like the second shot of the vaccine. I didn't like it either, but she didn't like it more than I didn't like it. And what that means is, for both of us, we reported it hurting a lot more and just generally being more jabby and wiggle aroundy. Like, there you go. So, neither of us liked it. I don't recall either of us reporting any specific side effects or whatever that we could meaningfully link directly to the vaccine. And we finished taking the vaccine, except for arm soreness for a while afterwards. We finished that quite a long time ago. So, while it's not impossible that there could be some effect upon her that doesn't affect me and that doesn't kick in until a couple months after we were vaccinated, that's those realities that I just said should cause you to say, okay, this is a last resort kind of argument because it's so weak. There's probably not going to be that at all. Right? Like, because it's like, if you're seeing a linkage between a symptom that happens now and an event that happened a couple of months ago with no reason to think they actually connect, that's at all real. Just, in other words, there's nothing in the physical world that would suggest to anybody, if you didn't have it on your mind, nobody would say, maybe it was that brief experience I had months ago that caused this thing now. This totally appears to be linked in time to a very distinct other event. And reasonably or rationally would appear to as well. So that's what I'm saying. It's like there's this unfortunate tendency in people to like do agenda stuff when they get the opportunity to, even though it renders whatever it is they're saying inherently wrong and stupid because it's agenda stuff, even if it's right in some other sense. So it's like the factual nature of the statement becomes irrelevant by the fact that okay, you're not thinking about it, you're operating under an agenda. So it doesn't matter. It's like you could be the rightest person in the world, but I would still, given the fact that I don't know for sure, I need to assume, based on that it's definitely an agenda thing, that you're not reliable. Argumentationally, intellectually. Because that's how you be not reliable intellectually, is to be agenda driven. I'm not straw manning much. I'm straw manning exactly the right amount. My straw man is almost unnoticeable. Sure, he may play a critical and necessary supporting role in this whole chain of argumentation, but you can barely notice him. And I would appreciate it if you did a better job of not noticing him, okay? So, I don't really like being called out correctly on things like this. I would prefer that you be wrong about what you just said. So, let's just go with that. That's a better reality for me. What do you say? What do you say, buddy? How about we just let this one slide? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, fine. That's straw man him. All he said was, he just mentioned the connection that I built this big, complex argument to justify me. And it was a good argument, but I built it out of one thing he said. So, yeah, okay, fine. But when I do it, it's fun, okay? When other people do it, it's the death of civilization. But when I do it, it's absolutely adorable. I'll tell you what an inconvenient truth is. There's men like God's guy over here. Those aren't convenient truths, you're saying? I mean, that's the correct argument to make, Jack. But what I'm saying is, this isn't an example of SI assuming the status quo is wrong because the status quo understanding is wrong because they haven't experienced it. This is an SI person who's both not experienced it and who understands that my experience is consistent with the status quo understanding. So, in other words, this is something that's validating for me both on SI and NI levels. They're not in conflict. And that's why you're wrong, because you're just NIing it. And you're doing a terrible job of it, I must say. But that's just how you roll, so that's fine. Who am I to judge? I do a terrible job of lots of things. In fact, I do a terrible job of just about everything except this. That's pretty impressive amount of terribleness. Well, I either do a terrible job or I don't do a job at all in anything but this, really. You know, I could do some things well. Or I do, there's some things I do well when I agree to do them that I don't like to do. Let's put it that way. Like, but that thing with Jeffrey's mom, though, is so strange and interesting. What she said to me today, you know, like, um, what's her name? You know, Jeffrey's mom. I've told her so many times that the reason I don't want to do debate with Chloe is because Chloe doesn't want to do debate and shouldn't be forced to because it's like kicking her in her polar, you know. She's not any active, you know. So it's like she can't. I've coached ISTPs before. They're coachable, but you're setting them up for failure, and they will experience it indefinitely in debate. You need more on the fly quickness than that, you know. It's not possible to be prepared for every possible kind of argument. You can't SI your way entirely around NE, which is what NE Polar tries to do. Well, I mean, what I mean by active, I said activated, but I should have said active, which is basically they're not using it as a subject. They're just receiving it and using NI on it. So when circumstances in debate call for you to use NE as a subject, as they do more frequently than just about anything else in life, they're at a loss. In other words, it's not possible to go to a debate tournament and run 5 or 6 rounds, which is normal, and encounter nothing you haven't prepped out. It's not possible, and it's insane to even try to prep out every possible thing. What you have to do instead is understand and move fluidly between framing levels. So ideally, you have warrant specific answers to contention level claims. In other words, if the affirmation is saying, well, we should increase drone strikes because when we increase drone strikes in this Middle Eastern city in this year and month, the amount of insurgent activity went down by this amount or something. Now, you would ideally like to have a direct answer to that says, actually, my evidence here is more recent than yours and accounts for that apparent correlation by saying that, by pointing out that in the month after that, it tripled. So, like, ideally, you'd have that, right? But it's impossible to have that for every contention level argument you might hit. You can't possibly have that for every contention level argument. So, what you have to do then is say, well, I've got these arguments that say that kind of example, you know, in other words, proof by example is inherently bad, is one way to attack it, or this particular example is bad because it's relying simply on a correlative data coincidence rather than, and not establishing any causal link. Or you could say this example is bad because insurgency numbers are wildly fluctuating in all months, so it's impossible to say if anything links to it. Or, okay, these are things I'm just sort of coming up with as what you might call generics. Okay, generics are things that address a class of arguments but don't address the specific argument being made and say, no, we shouldn't use this because of Another kind of argument like that might be source indict. So somebody might say, well, I'm not going to address the argument they're saying. I'm just going to say, the source for this is the Reverend Timothy J. Donington, who's an extremist right-wing preacher from Alabama who advocates all these horrible things and is listed as a member, and his church is considered a hate group by the FBI, and so we shouldn't accept his presentation of the data because he's obviously operating to express an agenda and not to be objective about the matter at all, and so we can't trust him. We can't trust even his presentation of objective data, which is a tricky argument to make. But if the source that's being cited isn't, you're not citing objective data from it, like these two numbers correlate, but rather the meaning of the objective data, like it should be interpreted like this, and that's the part you're quoting. Well, then that's much more susceptible to source indict. And then the next level up from that would be, you say, okay, I'm not even going to address the contention level argument directly. I'm just going to address it as part of a block. So in that case, you say, when you approach those arguments, you say, okay, I'm going to group these three arguments together because they're basically different expressions of the same warrant. And the answer to the warrant I'm going to give applies to all of them. Or you could cross-apply one of your own affirmative arguments from your case and say, this affirmative argument has built into it the rebuttal to that thing. It's like, I don't know where I was going with this. So it basically it works up to the top level frame, which in debate is critique. And critique comes in two forms. The very top level of frame is pre-fiat critique, but in some sense, all critique is pre-fiat because it's not addressing the contention level stuff on its merits. It's addressing it on its frame somehow. So it's like farthest out frame I could exemplify would be somebody saying, okay, you should vote for me because he didn't respect my pronouns. So that would be a top level frame argument because they're saying, and it always boils down to the same fundamental dichotomy in theory arguments. Theory arguments are a form of critique that say debate ought to be understood a certain way, and he's not understanding debate right or debating right. Which I've always had a problem with theory arguments because they're fundamentally bullshit in some regard, and that. Well, I always told my debaters, if somebody tries to tell the judge that your argument's abusive, which is the word they use when something supposedly violates theory. So, an abusive, if I were to define, okay, the resolution says the United States should give everybody cheese. And in my framework, I say, I'm going to define the United States as California. then my opponent would correctly, they'd correctly say there's a topicality problem, but they might call that abusive. That's the sort of thing that gets called abusive, okay? And the point is, with theory arguments, the foundational discussion or argument that's always breaks down to, and most things will break down into a straightforward binary of this argument or this argument, is fairness and education. That debate itself is predicated on it being educational, but it's viability as a thing is predicated on its being competitive. So both forms of theory argument work, and they tend to mush together. So it's like someone will say, well, the reason we shouldn't pay attention to the arguments he's making is because paying attention to the arguments he's making is bad for education. And one of the hilarious ways in which debaters make this argument is to say that, um, like, let's say the neg runs two counterplans, two conditional counterplans, and the AF says you should make that a voter judge. Vote for me in this round because what he's doing there is abusive. And then you read a bunch of cards that basically say, okay, because I'm having to answer this, I can't answer substantive arguments. Because he's running two counterplans conditionally, he's preventing me from directing my offense appropriately. Since they're non-exclusive and condo, he could, in theory, run infinite conditional counterplans, and I would presumably have to defeat each one of his many affirmations before I'd even attain ground where I can win my own affirmation, even though voting for him will not enact any of his counterplans. The logic of a counterplan is that it's so much better than the plan that we should not do the plan, even knowing that we're not sure we're going to be able to do the counterplan, because we want to just preserve the capacity to do it later, maybe. So and part of the problem is that judges and coaches and stuff don't necessarily get that. And so people will vote on counterplans because the neg won the substantive argumentation on their counterplan without even considering that the neg has no fiat, which is to say, the neg can't make arguments that a given thing they propose as an alternative will have better impacts than the thing the AF makes, because the next thing won't have any impacts because you're voting no on doing anything. You see what I'm saying? So, again, when you get me started talking debate, I could just ramble on about debate for hours. It's fascinating to me. I find it blessedly correct. You know, it's like not in the specifics. That's the funny thing, right? It's like debate, the place where you hear more ridiculous nonsense than anywhere in the world. It's totally wrong. Is the only place that's right, because it doesn't actually affirm anything. It teaches people that affirming and negating are something you do, not something you have or are. So when you're practicing good discourse, you can practice it with the shittiest bits of discourse. And it's fine, because after all, you can being discursively, what I would call discursively moral, just to normatize the shit out of it. Oh, Eric, you are so ridiculous. But anyway, to be discursively like I want you to be, you could say. is to accept that that there's two different vectors going on here. One is doing it the right way, and one is doing it the right way to the right things. So, it's in debates more concerned about doing it the right way than picking the right things to do it to. It assumes, probably falsely, but in some cases correctly, that if people learn to do it the right way and apply the right way most of the time, then they'll end up with the right positions. But it's not necessarily true that most debaters walk away from debate with that phenomenon, because probably not most debaters. I'd still say that among debaters, ENTPs, INTPs are still a stark minority, though not nearly as stark as in the general population. But I think most people who get good at debate and leave debate, they use it like most people use any resource, which is to do what they want with it. It's like, who's not going to do that? Well, me? I don't do what I want with it, except insofar as what I want is what I should do with it, which is be right, I guess. Or, to try to render things like it happened today at the doctor's office into words that other people can understand, and such that they feel something similar to what I feel when I experience that, which is a combination of who the fuck's running this thing, and I keep forgetting there's nobody running anything. It's like, what do I mean by there's nobody running anything? I mean, there's nobody. It's like everybody is making everybody's on this ship, right? And they're making a bunch of decisions about what to do. And almost all of them are unaware they're on a ship on the water. They just know that this piece of land they're on, moves around like this. And this thing makes steam come out of here. And they don't even know they're on a boat or on the water. So, when I say nobody's in charge, somebody's in charge, and they're in charge of a boat that's sailing, and they don't know they're on a boat, nor do they know that they're on the water. So, I was wrong when I said nobody's in charge. Somebody is in charge, and they're utterly unqualified to be in charge of anything. So it's frustrating for me to see, because I like to live in my nice little SI fantasy land where I just know things from how I know them, the way that I have things happen in my life. I don't get sick or go to the doctor. When I did, I got an ISTP doctor. When we went to get Rachel's doctor, I picked out that doctor, got INTP. I just got lucky with the ISTP. Because the only reason I got lucky, because the only reason I wanted that doctor at all was because I wanted him to prescribe me Adderall, and the only reason I could get him to do so is because I'm a supervisor type. Regardless, I've not experienced this phenomenon of dealing with incompetency and being expected to take it for granted that that's normal. It's just not in my experience. When I do experience it, I realize, oh shit, this is probably a lot more widespread than I'm thinking. And, oh my god, how has this persisted? I mean, it's very clear everybody else around me is taking all this for granted as normal. That's how things go. So it's like, what the? Oh, yeah. going places with Rachel, doing things with Rachel, when Rachel has some sort of little problem, is super informative about how people get treated when they aren't assholes like me, which is not well. They do not get treated well. They get walked over. Even though Rachel is the sweetest person in the world and does not deserve to get walked over, because she's not me, everybody tries to do it and they don't even know they're doing it. They don't even know they're doing it, So it's like, and that's the other INFJ plight. It's like, they're like, this person's trying to walk over me, doesn't even know it. I've decided to be super cool about it and just sort of let it slide. And they don't even know I've done that. And there's a decent chance that they've got some other interpretation of things that's completely fucking wrong. And that these other people agree with them. Even though I'm right. My NI is inadequate to explain convincingly why I'm right. It's just right. So, here I am, stuck, trying to sort of gently move around people who need to be punched in the face. I mean, it's like, poor INFJs. It's shit like that never, ever, ever happens to me. The entire artifice of the healthcare industry is built upon the fallacy of appeal to authority. Well, what I would say is I'll repeat something I said to Rachel earlier, which is, in some sense, it's perfectly understandable to use an appeal to authority in medicine in a way that's not acceptable or understandable in any other context. Which is to say, even though that woman down there that we saw today was, by any reasonable metric, a worse doctor than me, and I do not claim to be a good doctor, okay? It's not among my skills or anything that I know any particularly good knowledge about. I got Google and my intuition and a good mind, right? And that was all it took to be a better doctor than this woman. But what I did have to acknowledge for sure is that she had specific medical specialty advice that I didn't have access to, and that I could rely upon to lock down certain specific sets of words that would then allow me to do the intellectual work. But it's still me relying on her authority ultimately, that the facts she has about medicine are correct. And in that regard, it's fair and reasonable to justify accepting those kind of facts on authority, simply because doctors, this woman with a little bit more grain of salt because she was a nurse practitioner, but it is the case that doctors undergo a lot of education in retainable bits of knowledge that are specialized, that I don't have, and that they're professionally and morally and legally obligated to issue as guidance prudently, So there's good reason to justify certain kinds of claims with, well, that's the doctor, they know better than me about this. And that's fine. But the thing is, it's risky if you've said that without identifying, but most people can't do it, but, without doing what I did today at the doctor's office, which was nail this woman down on what exactly was going on here on a framework level. Like, okay, well, why do you want to do these tests? What are you testing for? You know, it's like, what are you testing for? Is a question that seemed to she's never heard before, right, or something. Well, and we're doing blood work. That if you think about it, that's how they always express it, right? We're getting blood work done. It's just avoiding saying the word test because it seems to evoke the question, well, what are you testing for? Or we're just checking your meow levels. Okay. And if the meow levels are, let's say, elevated, what would that mean? Well, it could mean a number of things. Okay, so why are we checking them in this particular instance? And the answer is simply to get more data to look at and intuitively grope around in. And that's it. There's no sense of, will this data be determinate? How much weight will this data have in determining the basic question or issue here? In fact, there's no attempt to determine the basic issue or question at all. There was no discussion at all of what her actual diagnosis was or how likely it was to be that or something else. Which is the only thing that matters. So, I mean, it's like, there was some discussion of it a little bit, sort of, without using those terms, because I made it happen. And she wasn't exactly resistant to me getting what I needed from her. But she was like, she seemed to view me as this little thing she had to deal with over here that was useless, for sure, in this issue of what's going on with Rachel. Like, she just couldn't hear me, you know? But nevertheless, I got the information I needed from her, and I was polite and nice the whole time because I didn't feel like I felt like she answered my questions as I asked them, which is really all you need to do to avoid my wrath. Answer the question I ask. Don't answer a different question. Don't try to avoid answering my question and by answering something else and think I'm not going to notice. That's super insulting to me. Like, okay, you know full well exactly what question I asked, and you purposely answered a different question hoping I wouldn't notice because apparently you think I don't have a brain inside of my skull. Well, they certainly have a professional responsibility, men like gods. And yes, they do have a moral responsibility. As far as the legal responsibility, it is civil, it's not criminal. And that's why they have insurance instead of lawyers, but they probably have both. So, yeah, they do have all those responsibilities, of course. But that's the thing. This doctor was guilty of none of that. She did answer my question directly. What I asked, she gave me the answer that was appropriate to what I asked. Although it seemed like I had to repeat maybe one or two of them, I had to clarify a little bit more. I didn't really repeat. I had to clarify what I was getting at. But she wasn't avoidant of answering my question. She just seemed to think it was they were irrelevant and kind of maybe a slight bother, you know. Of course, she couldn't have been any more wrong. I was saying, okay, you seem to be ignoring everything that matters and is relevant here, so let me help you do your job. And she still didn't do it. It's like I had to do it driving home in the car thinking. Based on the additional information I had gotten from her that I could rely on because of her authority. Because I limited the kind of information that I was justifying with that to appropriate kinds of information to justify with that. Kitty, you need to stop playing in and out, Kitty. I'm sick and fucking tired of it. Either stay inside or outside. Okay, I'm not your goddamn doorman, except that I obviously am because I always obey. Yeah, well, you're right, man. Like God, I don't doubt that it is a throwback to a simpler time, which is my youth, because I basically haven't been to the doctor since I was a kid. You know, it's like I don't get sick or anything, so why would I go to the doctor? Except, well, one reason, because they're a gatekeeper to my speed. Boba Fett's right, though, man. Like God, it's not my naivete. It's my nativity. Did I say nativity? I was right too then. Naivete. I didn't even use that word in a song, so I should definitely get that one right. It's in that. People were Jesus. It's in that song. Just one of those nights with an indecisive kitty. Yeah, she's so weird about inside outside. Like, there's sometimes when she doesn't want to be either, obviously, or. Okay, Alexa, hush. Shh. Nobody asked you anything. Boy. That lady's got quite some gall interjecting like that unannounced, startling me, concerning me that perhaps ghosts had come into my room to provide me, finally, the opportunity to capture them on camera. But instead, no, it was just Alexa. I really want to get some paranormal shit on camera. I want to get aliens, ghosts, Sasquatch, anything like that, but something like that, you know? Like I was thinking one night, probably not tonight, but maybe tonight, who knows, that I want to, I'm not super familiar with Captain Beefheart's stuff, CJ O'Connell, so I couldn't really tell you. That's Rachel's, not mine. I guess it's ours, but, you know, her mom gave it to us for Christmas. But we can't seem to figure out how to turn it up louder, and it's super quiet, so it just kind of periodically mumbles something that we can't understand. You prefer ghosts to monsters? Well, the thing is, a Sasquatch would be fun to get good proof of. I don't know exactly how you get good proof of it. You have to be weirdly close, and it's like really obvious as a huge animal or something. But because it still wouldn't meaningfully resolve the matter if you didn't have a specimen, right? And yet it would be super exciting, like for everybody who's into paranormal stuff like me. Like I really identify with that Fox Mulder poster from X-Files. I want to believe. I do want to believe, or maybe that wasn't from there. I don't know where that's from, but I totally identify with that. I want to believe, and yet I'm never making any inappropriate leaps of belief. My wanting to believe doesn't make me more gullible. And the reason is the only one possible reason for that is T.I. Tool. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I'm like Fox Mulder. I'm saying I identify with that expression and that idea of I want to believe in this shit. Please do convince me. That's the thing is, I'm always in favor of being convinced of magical, mystical, whatever stuff by ideally empirical proof that I can look at myself like videos, for example, and objective descriptions of situations and facts and things like that. So, I researched that one story from Mr. Ballin about the missing boy and the special forces who went looking for him. I went to research it myself. The first thing I landed on was a Reddit thread, and one of the Redditors said, "Oh, you can't trust this author at all. He made these facts up about the special forces probably." And then I said, "Okay, well, Gauntlet Throne is going to be that specific." So I could look it up, whatever. I got Google too. So I Googled it, and sure enough, I found the source material, no problem. He didn't make it up. And so it's like, um, well, here's where I'm going to differ from you, Alex, a little bit. The problem with ghost footage is whatever is attributed to ghosts isn't attributed to something that's defined in any sense, unlike aliens and Sasquatches. I mean, people say words such as these are spirits from the afterlife, but there's zero reason to think any of the stuff that's paranormal that we call ghost stuff is linked to any sort of spirits or afterlife. It's just unexplained stuff that's caused by something we don't know, right? It's like people particularly like when poltergeist activity coincides with misty shapes that look like humanish shapes. But the thing is, that's not a good reason to think that that's a dead person. I mean, it's like that's right. Whatever the weirdness is just as likely to be unnamed, previously not understood weirdness as it is dead people. But aliens, on the other hand, that's much more concretely defined, and Sasquatches are even more concretely defined than that. The thing about Sasquatches that would make, for me, it's super interesting to find good evidence, or to be myself convinced of Sasquatches, is that if I could experience a real close encounter with a real Sasquatch, such that my SI was convinced of it, then at that point, all sorts of high strangeness comes into play. Because it is necessarily the case that if there are Sasquatches, they are much better at hiding from us than we are at getting proof of them, despite all of our sophisticated technology and massive efforts. So that's what I'm looking for. I want proof of a larger frame, which is, yes, high strangeness is going on. Which is to say, what makes something paranormal is that it keeps outwitting us, not that it can't be understood. The best Sasquatch video online is everything you know is wrong. Well, I love the title. The title is fantastic. It's obviously not directed at me, but if it is directed at me, boy, that guy would need to get a stern talking to by one Mr. Me. Well, I do believe in giant squid, the kraken, so to speak. And I think most scientists, or a fair number of scientists now, agree as well that it actually exists and still lives in the ocean somewhere. Well, that makes sense, Alec. Then that's a really smart guy. Especially if you put in parentheses everything you, except host Eric, know is wrong. Then that would be the perfect title. Right, so it's like what Jack's saying there. It doesn't mean anything to call stuff that's poltergeisty demon or ghost, or those words don't mean anything because they're not referencing anything that is concretely defined or can be. They're just made up stories that people are arbitrarily linking to certain activity. So, in other words, even if somebody experiences what appears to be in every way, shape, and form a demonic possession or something, there's no reason to call that a demon, except that we've chosen to arbitrarily take this story here that's totally unrelated and just say, yeah, wear that hat. That's the only reason. So, 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 demon, ghost, poltergeist, spirit entity, whatever you want to call it, they all mean the same thing, which is unexplained phenomenon causer. They cannot be more clearly defined than that because it doesn't have a concrete linkage in the way that a Sasquatch or an alien does. Well, I mean, so Carmen's Pampir says aliens are complete nonsense. Like any being would travel billions of light years just to play with their buttholes. They're actually fairies, goblins, will-o-wisps, etc. Okay, so the thing is, I don't. There's two kinds of questions about aliens. The one kind of question is, are human beings unique in terms of being a sentient life form in the universe, which is plausible. It's not. People always make this argument that, given the number of life-supporting possible planets, blah 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 blah, blah, that there must be other life forms, intelligent life forms in the universe. But the reality is, when you factor in the existence that civilizations and even species themselves have a shelf life, and that the time frame of the universe itself is much grander than the time frame of those shelf lives, and that the coincidence of civilizations at certain points in the shelf life, along with the reality that probably looking at our own Earth, in almost every incarnation of life, sentience doesn't appear. So it's like, if you look at Earth's history, you see a bunch of extinction events, and in 40 million year intervals, and in each of those instances, prior to that extinction event, there was no sentience. It's basically like somebody's playing sim reality. And the first time they tried to get Earth to go, they just ended up with corals. And then they got a little bit better. Finally get dinosaurs, but it's still not really what they're looking for, because, you got a bunch of big ass dinosaurs, but nobody to talk to. So, they kill those guys off 66 million years ago and introduce humans, and voila, here we are, no more extinction event. Now we're 22 million years late for our extinction event all of a sudden. It's just like somebody's playing SimCity and turned off disasters, or turned on disasters to reset their situation every 40 million years until they got it right. It's just like that. It's spooky. If I was to be overwrought in my NI, I would say, I'm convinced we're in a simulation or something. It's not enough to convince me of any such thing, but it is hilarious in that it's the best, it's the most intuitive explanation for our fossil record is somebody's playing this as a sim and keeps having to start over. That's the most intuitively correct explanation. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying nobody can give me a better intuitive explanation, and nobody can give me a better explanation that more intuitively fits as true than that. Okay, well, ghosts from outer space are known as aliosts. Half aliens, half ghosts. Now, if they're from inner space, they're known as your feelings. Listen, Alec. And I'm not just talking Alec, because CJ, you need to hear this too. You need to believe in your feelings. Just because they aren't something you can touch with your hands doesn't mean they aren't real. You know how when you try to grab a ghost, you get misty ectoplasm on your fingers and stuff? Your feelings are the same way. Now, what I want you both to do, CJ and Alec, I'm talking to you specifically, because I know you guys both have a serious issue with accepting and feeling through your own feelings. So I want you to reach inside your solar plexus, dig up in there until you find the moistest tender. It should be next to the second moistest tender, because they basically usually go in order, okay? And I want you to fondle it really gently until you begin to softly cry. That will be the indication that the feelings that are currently trapped in your body have been released. Okay? Feelings Therapy 101. I'm glad you guys came to me, because neither of you seems to be in touch at all with your feelings. And I am the feelings guru. Jack, go ahead and toss you in. Oh, Dave of all people is here. Dave of all people. Dave of all people is here. I really like your name. It's a great name. It makes me happy. Because it makes me realize every time, of all the people in the world, one of the very, very many people I was not expecting right now was Dave of all people. Wow. Oh, CJ. You know why? Because when you were chatting with somebody else, I snuck up behind you and did a humidity test on you, which is another way of measuring emotions. And do you know that your humidity percentage was under 5%? I offered you a Mountain Dew. You declined it. That's a sure sign that somebody's not in touch with their feelings. I offered to do you a mountain, which is, a big ass line of cocaine. But you declined that, which means you're not in touch with your feelings. And I offered to tame your Mountain Dew. And you asked me what that meant, as though you'd never learned English before. The dead stay dead? Oh. I agree with that. I agree with Jack. The dead stay dead. Who else agrees with that? I agree with that. 100%. Anybody want to oppose that notion? I think that's a very good, very, very good and true sentence. Like Jose Eric would ever share his coaches. You know what's funny? I saw somebody today with a license plate that said 666 Cola. It was like a Porsche hatchback, like kind of a new Porsche with a hatchback. And I didn't get to see what the person looked like who was driving it, because I was behind them at the light. But I said, I can't believe that license plate. Look at that, Rachel. And she's like, yeah. I'm like, well, you know what it means, right? She says, like, devil cola? I'm like, yeah, you know, right? Cocaine? Devil's Coke, And she's like, oh, yeah. But then I thought about it, maybe that person didn't know what they were doing there either. 666 Cola? But what else could that possibly mean? I don't know. If you have a nice new Porsche, but it's also kind of like the family style, like more like a minivan than a Porsche, and you put 666 Cola on your license plate, I mean, even if it's not true, it seems to me like you're kind of announcing that you're a cocaine dealer. But maybe I'm just reading way too much into this. No, I just think it was. I just thought it was interesting. Like, wow, that's pretty brazen. But Rachel didn't know what it meant, so maybe I'm making a bunch of ni out of nothing. It's not like I've heard anybody use the term before. I just assume that must be what it means. Devil's Cola, 666 Cola. But maybe I'm totally wrong. You know. No, I didn't feel inadequate in my mini. Because my mini is actually not little at all. It's interesting. My dad's mini is an actual mini that's mini. I can't fit in there. I hit my head on the ceiling. I have to put the chair way back just to fit in there. But my car is way roomier than his. Is a 4-door. Mine's a 4-door. His is a 2-door. So I'm going to try the astronaut question on more people want to type them. I think it's interesting the answers we got here about it. Like, what situation in which you might say, I was like an astronaut in the ocean. And what does that mean? Because two people got it wrong. You know, when I first saw basically all I saw in the comment was that expression, astronaut in the ocean. And I thought, oh, that is interesting. Because, like, it took me a split second to not to get unconfused about it. So that's how I knew it was interesting. Like, I had to NI, in other words. I couldn't. If there's a sort of like thing that happens where I have to pause a second, and I'm not exactly trying to think it out, and then I have the piece of information I need. Those must be NI moments, but I just think of them as pausing for a second and waiting or something. Is it really a product? CJ O'Connell? Is that a real product? I wonder if it is. Imagine a soccer mom band with a vanity plate that says bad bitch. Well, I'd be more impressed if it said CUMDMPSR. SR. That'd be 8 letters, so that's too many. But yeah. Or CMDMP. That's 6. No, you can't do it. It's not possible to do it. ISWALO. ISWALO. That would be. It's too many letters. Oh, no, that's 7. You're right, that's 7. But there wouldn't be able to be a space. They just be naming shit whatever the fuck these days. I like that water I had at Corey's house. That it took a while to get me convinced of the fact that it wasn't an alcoholic beverage, because it looks just like an alcoholic beverage can, and it was called Devil Water or something like that, or yeah, it was. I think it was Devil Water, but maybe not. If Rachel saw, maybe she remembered what it was called. I remember when they used to have death cigarettes. They don't have those anymore, I don't think, but Liquid Death. Thank you, Legends Fall. Liquid death. Why would you call water liquid death? Who's in charge of naming this water? Oh, you drink that stuff, huh? Well, obviously it works. That's a name. Yeah, they came in this black package with a skull and crossbones on it, and there's just a death on them. I remember when I was a kid, they used to have those blue generic things before the before each store had their own store brand. There was a store brand that all the stores had, which had this blue circle around it, and it would say like beer on it or whatever it was, and it was very like generic-y. It was like it's sort of the it's sort of the poster child for generic because it looks so generic-y. And like they had like a can, it had like these two blue circles in between them have the word meat. Like, what is this? Oh, I feel suddenly queasy because I've been just drinking coffee. I should probably eat one of those little breads over there. And and then I should go to little bread or big bread. First eat bread, then go to bread. That's the proper order of operations. Hey, please don't finger my lymph nodes. Alright? I've asked you that many times before. No, stop. My lymph nodes are not your touch nodes. Thanks, EJ. I am so grateful for the reminder to stay woke. Because, for a long time, I misunderstood. In fact, that's what turned me into a meth addict back in the day. Somebody I really respected told me to stay woke, and I thought they meant stay awake. But now I understand, no, that term doesn't mean that. It means, like, politically aware. So whenever somebody reminds me to stay woke, I think, all right, you can sleep. It's okay to sleep. Won't kill you. Might kill you not to. Slowly. So I'm going to get a bread from the bread thing. Well, hello. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, my eyes are filled with kitty beauty by looking at you. Yes. You're a beautiful and wonderful kitty friend. And your daddy loves you with his emotions. See, I have emotions too. I've got emotions. I know how to use them. Now these are King's Hawaiian rolls. They're very soft. These are known as the softest of the rolls. Acts 16:16 is one of my favorite Bible verses. It says, whenever you come to a crossing in the road, remember this. Choose the right, choose the left. Either way. Best. Well, the acquisition of these King Swan rules does represent a deviation from my normal way of doing the thing I did. So, one of the eating phenomena that Rachel and I occasionally experience is known as supermarket chicken, where we'll go and get a supermarket chicken and or another thing from that section, which includes supermarket chickens, supermarket meatloaf, supermarket baby back ribs, are basically your three choices. If you want to get something from that heating lamp section, you know, which I do. I want to get something from the heating lamp section because I like supermarket chickens. And then while I'm there getting supermarket chickens and I see the meatloaf or something, I go, well, I might as well get a meatloaf too. Because I know Rachel and I are going to eat it for more than one meal, the thing anyway, if I get two things. The leftover meatloaf though now, there's like maybe half of that meatloaf left. That I'll probably have to throw away now, but I finished the chicken last night. So, anyway, normally with these particular items, normally with the event known as supermarket chicken, I get what I consider to be a French bread. But what I consider to be a French bread and what other people, including the supermarket, consider to be a French bread are very different things. And they don't always have the French bread I want. I want the long, hard baguette thing, okay? That's what I think of as being French bread. But Vaughn's Pavilions, anyway, but it's representative of all the supermarkets too. They're all like this. They have these other things that they call French bread, which are just loaves of bread, but they're more football shaped than regular loaves of bread. And they're not French bread as far as I consider it anyway. But I'll end up getting that because it's still called French bread, even though it's not the thing I want, if they don't have the thing I want, without really considering that maybe there's a third alternative that I'd like better than this not French bread they're calling French bread, since they don't have actual French bread today. They are trying to trick me. They're trying to trick me into thinking that, well, they do trick me. They successfully tricked me. Because I just realized, why am I even getting that other French bread? Because it's not like, well, I'm getting the worst French bread. I'm aware of the fact that that's not French bread. But it still seems like more French bread than something that's also not French bread, that's not called French bread. That's just being dumb, Eric. Now you're just being very, very dumb. I mean, this is not new for you. You're used to this by now. You've grown very accustomed to the persistence and vigor with which your dumbness insists on manifesting day after day after day. Nevertheless, that is particularly dumb. And, well, okay, CJ, on that metric, none of the bread there is French. So, you're right. I mean, it's true that they're taking quite a bit of liberty in calling anything in that store French bread. But at least if they were talking about actual baguettes, I'd say yes. I can imagine that bread being seen in France. I don't think I'd ever see this other French bread in France. But Alec, it's important to eat. It's one of those things that living creatures simply have to do, occasionally at least, or else they will become cranky. Fortunately, there's no worse consequence to never eating than that, but it's still a pretty bad consequence. You don't want to be cranky. Because crankiness can lead to fussiness. Fussiness can lead to tantrums. And tantrums can lead to complete emotional meltdowns. And whenever there's an emotional meltdown, then everybody has to move away. And the emotional animals living in the emotional forest nearby become mutated. And then they make documentaries about it. So are you telling me, Jack Torrance, that the word personne in French means both people and nothing? I don't think that's correct, but if it is, that's very interesting. I don't think the word nothing in French is personne. I think the word nothing in French is nada. Oh wait, that's Spanish. It's nein. Oh wait, that's German for no. You just saw a video on it. Okay, well, it's not that difficult for me to Google, so there you go. Who doesn't enjoy a good documentary? Because the nice thing about what documentaries do is documenting things. And nowadays we recognize, finally, that absolutely everything has to be constantly documented. Otherwise, there's no point in doing anything. If you aren't filming me doing something, why am I doing it? I don't know. If you are filming me doing it, I know why I'm doing it. Because we're making a video. See how clearly distinct those two sets of realities are from each other? Jack, will you stop with your ridiculous fucking rabble rousing? Who asks somebody else, are you pro-Luciferian? I mean, are there really any actual Luciferians? Like, Satanists are atheists trying to religiousize the notion of free will in order to both shit on religious people and make their point about humanism. Luciferians, I don't think exist. If they do, they've got to be just like the most cringy, gothy adults who never learned how to play properly as adults. They have to be just incredibly cringy and embarrassing, kind of whatever. Because presumably they're not trying to do that secular thing, but rather something else. But regardless, I mean, it's like Wiccans, you know. People say, "Oh, well, I'm a witch." Well, I mean, okay. Okay, you're a witch. You're a witch. I'm a cyclops. And my cat is a unicorn. And then they say, oh no, it's a religion. No, that's called make-believe. But I mixed some random shit in this jar and I said some words and now we just have to wait. For my power to kick in. I mean, talk about adults who haven't figured out how to play right. I also wonder about people who do like cosplay things, like I'm going to dress up as some anime character and go to a conference and be in costume. And these are adults. Now, Delilah does this, okay? But she's 22, and, you know, I think she will have outgrown it by the time she's like 30 or something at the latest. And I don't think she's even gone to one of those in a while. So, you know, a couple years ago, she would have gone to one of those things maybe. But the main thing that I think is weird about it is everybody knows that costumes are uncomfortable. And everybody knows that conventions are tiring and also uncomfortable. So why would you want to combine one form of discomfort with another form of discomfort to double your discomfort and make yourself entirely discomfited? I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that because I can already feel the costume chafing and I haven't even thought of what I'm going to wear yet. And I can already tell that the temperature in this place is not going to be good. It's going to be either too warm or it'll be drafty, in which case I won't be able to find the right temperature. I won't be able to put on a windbreaker without destroying the costume. As soon as I get there, I'm going to want to take the costume off and put on proper clothes, and then that defeats the point of going in entirely. So what I'm trying to say is everybody else should feel the same about this as I do. Because my feelings, like my thoughts, are exclusively correct when other people's feelings disagree with them. So basically, if you like being engaged in activities that make me feel physical discomfort, then you are wrong to like them. If you like going on boats, your SI is wrong. It should recognize that you don't like boats because they cause you to be seasick. Let's say you enjoy a lot of jostling. Let's say you're one of the jostle keepers. The jostle keepers are a fraternal organization similar to the promise keepers, except instead of keeping promises, they jostle each other. And they keep on jostling each other indefinitely. That's why they're called the jostle keepers. Anyway, my message to the jostle keepers is many times, I've sent them so many emails that they're wrong to enjoy being jostled. I don't feel that way at all. I don't like being jostled. One day, a door salesman came to my door and said, "I'm selling jostles." And I said, "Get out of here, mister. I don't want to be jostled. Not by you, not by a professional jostler, not by a casual jostling hobbyists, not even by a first-time jostling experimenter. I don't want to be jostled at all." I know. Right. Exactly. When eyes get poked out, which is pretty much, I think there's about 3 or 4 eyes poked out per square mile every hour of every day in the United States. And 99% of those eye poke outages, are jostling related. They're jostling related. It's either jostling and then the other 1% is COVID. COVID, one of the worst effects of that disease is that it causes so much eye poke outage. It's like, wow, we are really creating a generation-wide holocaust of optometry bills. And I'm worried. I'm worried for the future of our nation. All these one-eyed people lining up at the optometrists will cause backups in traffic and destroy our inner cities. which will lead inevitably, unavoidably, to nuclear war. So, oh, you better not, Jonathan. You better not. I'm serious. Don't start moving your Jocelyn bones over here. No, you keep them over there. Oh, I see that too. You brought some Jocelyn utensils in your backpack. You're not fooling me. Just stay right over there. You can jostle things near you if you'd like. Try jostling objects instead of people. They're less likely to object. Oh my god. Guys, I think I'm gonna puke. I just got jostled. I get instantly incredibly motion sick from the slightest jostle. Just even like this much. Just I gotta puke. Well, you know what the rule is, Jonathan. You jostled it, you fondled it, now you gotta fondle. The only repair for a jostled person is a restorative fondle. No. That's what it says on the sign on the door when you walked in. If you jostle it, you fondled it. It's just like if you break it, you buy it policy, except with jostling and fondling. It's kind of, what I've always thought is just incredibly cruel. Some parents name their daughters Jocelyn, even though nobody likes jostling things or being jostled. I mean, why don't you just, name your child bullying? And if you're going to name him Jocelyn. What's a name you don't hear very often, but I encountered it today. But when I do encounter it, it always makes me sing the same song, but I almost never encounter it. What's the name I encountered today? I beat you to the punch there, CJ, because this is a weird lag thing. Veronica. You don't hear that name very often. And the reason I know you don't hear it very often is because every time I do hear it, I sing this song by the Sloppy Seconds called Veronica. I miss Veronica a little more every day. Veronica. Veronica. In my mind. So, the funny thing about the Sloppy Seconds is they have an outsized place in my SI memory in some regard. They have one album that I listened to a lot, I guess, for a period of time in high school, and it's a super obscure band and album, and because I know this because I had this little weird starstruck moment where I found this video, a YouTube video, of the guitarist from the Sloppy Seconds showing how to play Come Back Tracy. And it had like a couple hundred views on it. And I was like, but this guy is so big and famous. He's a guitarist from Sloppy. Yeah. Of course, nobody's fucking heard of this man, And it's like, he's well accepted that I'm obscure. I'm struggling, and I'm not ever going to be a professional musician or whatever like that. I'm thinking of them as this band that was very significant in my musical life, and assuming they've got equal significance in their own heads, which they probably don't. Hey, what did I say about confrontation? What did I say about it? We're going to go from confrontation to comfortation. Comforting, not confronting. Okay? Comfort. Hi. I'm Subtle Dick Brazen Balls, leader of the Norse people. And I'm a ballsy guy. I will march right up to a woman and tell her, hey, you're mine. But I'm very subtle in the intercourse. I can slip it in, be done. She'd not even know I was there. That's why they call me Subtle Dick Brazen Balls. Unless you're on an SSRI, I should mention that. I should probably make that note when I engage in my unfettered affirmations of the goodness of this thing. I should probably mention not asterisk, not for people on SSRIs. But I want to sit with you, Alec. Why can't I sit with you guys? Oh, because I'm uncool? Really? What do you mean it's dorky? No, you can't jostle me. What are you doing? Oh no, I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied by Jocelyn. Who's jostling me? If I hear more of this comforting, feely crap, I think you're going to find yourself jostled. I mean, at first I was like, hey, but then I realized this guy's serious. He might very well jostle me, and I don't want any part of that. Oh no, Jack. Oh no, you've not been jostled yet properly then. If you'd experienced the jostling I've experienced, you'd know how horrifying, terrifying, and traumatic a jostling can be. This much of that stuff. Maybe this much of it. A lot. A whole big pile of it. All the way up to here. All the way to the top. No, actually, that's a commonplace error, Jack Torrance. Jocelyn is not a nasty verbal abuser. She's a nasty gerbil abuser. And I think we all know what that means. But for people who don't want to believe it about sweet little Jocelyn, they think, they must be saying verbal. No, they're saying gerbil. Hey, Oliver Linehan. That's not very open-minded of you. I'm looking for a little bit more openness in your Big 5 score, okay? So, I've checked your personality, and I'm giving you an N for needs improvement. I mean, it's not necessarily so tragic, but the nasty one, the nasty gerbil abuse, we know what that one is. If it's just regular gerbil abuse, then, it's not nice or pleasant, but that's just part of everyday life. Oh, yeah? Well, the point, Jack, I'm making is we need to feel just as much compassion for the top gerbil, the middle gerbil, or the bottom gerbil. And yeah, everybody does, including Richard Gere, needs to feel the same amount of compassion for the gerbil, regardless of where it is prepositionally in relation to the other gerbils. Whether it goes in there first at the top, second in the middle, or third at the bottom, their experience is unacceptable, and we shouldn't let people do that to them. I mean, we shouldn't actively stop them, because that would require us to go to everybody's house and look at them and see what they're doing, but we should frown upon it. Okay? We should frown upon it for sure. We should have a public service announcement. Frown on brown. And then have a picture of a gerbil being with an arrow going in somebody's butt with a big red X. Don't put this here, is what it's trying to convey in pictures, though. Yeah. So, it turns out that scientists at MIT in 1998 established that gerbils like to eat sunflower seeds because it gives them an evolutionary advantage when they encounter sunflowers. Yeah, back when the gerbils were hunter-gatherers, what they do is they look for the most yellow thing they could find, and sometimes, more often than not, that would be a sunflower, and those gerbils brought that advantage to the genome, and that's why gerbils love both yellow and sunflower seeds. And if you're trying to sell a gerbil a bag of sunflower seeds, you should market to them in a yellow bag. The interesting thing about gerbils is and yeah, that's really something. That really that means something. Well, Jonathan Basanti, did I ever pronounce myself a professional Jordan Peterson imitator? No. And you're only allowed to critique people's Jordan Peterson imitations when those people doing the imitations are professionals. I am an amateur Jordan Peterson imitator. So lay off. Lay off. Off of what? Whatever it is you're on, buddy. Whatever it is you're on, lay off it. Right now, it is me. Lay off of me, not on me. I'm not your mattress, is what I'm trying to convey here. Jonathan Basanti, do you get this joke? The falling joke. Do you get the falling joke? I'm going to play it for you because I don't think you were here when I played it before. Yes, those of you who were here before get to hear it again. Do you get this joke? Or do you think that, what is that? I don't know. It's just sort of weird. It's not funny. Like, if you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. And that one is the unlucky one. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Okay. Do you get that joke? Normies. Silly normies. Yeah, that's good, CJ. And that just says it all right there, man. It's like, gerbils can be just vicious. I mean, really cruel. He has very concrete speech patterns that you can learn to imitate, even if you don't do his voice well, which I haven't really learned to imitate. But he's very imitatable in general. Like, CJ did a great imitation of him without saying it, without actually using his voice at all, He has that kind of... He has habits that are easy to pick up on and imitate. I'm much harder to imitate. Abraham did a pretty good imitation of me, and a pretty funny one, but the problem he kept running into is to imitate me correctly, you have to be able to imitate my fancy talk stuff, right? And it's pretty hard to imitate fancy talk unless you can actually do it. So that kind of limits the number of people to who can do a really good impression of me. But Abraham could do good impressions of little bits of me, things I would say. When he tried to imitate me more broadly than that, he'd run afoul of not being able to do the fancy talk properly. But he always would be like, "This is my imitation of Abraham's imitation of me." Ah, Abraham. Ah. Yeah, he's just a pretty funny imitation of me. He's just he does some funny imitations in general. He killed me one time doing this imitation of this raccoon on the porch. It was fucking hilarious. He did it perfectly. He looked just like the raccoon on the porch. The thing he was imitating was this. Like, the raccoon was eating with her paws, and she had children near her. And it's like, then he imitated how she changed her behavior when we approached to look at her through the glass in the door, right? Okay, so we weren't actually outside with them, but we were looking at them, and they could see us and we could see them. And it was like this. And he looked so much like the raccoon that was doing this. It was absolutely hilarious. He did it so well. It's like that kind of like actory kind of physicality thing is not really in my repertoire at all. So to do that kind of thing well, you have to be just as precise with your body as I try to be with like delivery, tone, kind of verbal stuff that I understand the precision of a lot better. But anyway, just some observations from Eric. Hey, look, Eric's offering observations of things again, about things again. We better hurry over there and grab some before they're gone, because you don't get continual 24/7 observations from him. So, I mean, sure, you're not going to run out just on the existing pile, but nevertheless, I'm going to try to muster some sense that it's important to watch this one. Yeah, everybody should be incorporating meow into their vocabulary because it expands the utility of language so much. Like now, I don't have to say, "You make me angry." I can just say, "You meow me meow." And leave it up to you to figure it out. That's a lot more appropriate because, after all, if you're the one who made me angry, why am I doing you the favor of telling you that? I should just tell you I'm meow and let you figure it out. Gentles? Gentles? What do you mean Gentiles? Here at Generation Tiles, we make the finest kitchen tiles available anywhere on the market. Shop Gentiles today. Oi, babe, let's go to the tile store, Grandma. We can't go there. That's the Gentile store. Oh no, it's just a random coincidence. They're called Generation Tiles. They have nothing to do with Judaism at all. They don't discriminate against us or anything. Oh, that's nice to hear. I try to go into the store. Damn you, Christ killers. I guess I was wrong. I guess it is. It does mean that. I guess it's just the generation tiles part's the coincidence. Alright, I'm gonna smoke one more cigarette. I'm gonna drink some last bit of this coffee. And, oh, men like gods. The esoteric writings of Talmudic scholars. I gotta warn you, when you're drawing conclusions from something that's esoteric, your conclusion should also be esoteric. If you can't muster esotericism in your conclusion, at least put some bohemianism in there. If that doesn't work, then try to refurbish it in an Art Deco style. But don't go too far and get Dada with it, okay? No, it's sipping on gin and juice, not sipping on juice and genitals. That's... How did you hear that? It doesn't sound anything like it at all. Dadaist Talmudism is, in my opinion, basically the worst thing that's happened in the Talmudic aesthetics movement since Talmudic Cubism, which was itself an aesthetic disaster, but better, I guess, than the Impressionists. After all, it's like, hey, don't just give me your impression, give me all of the details. And you're advertising this squalorly half-assedness as a virtue? Impressions? If I wanted impressions, sir, I'd go to a vagueness counselor. I don't want impressions. I want clarity. Photorealism. Anything other than photorealism means you don't know how to paint right. And that disappoints me immensely. I've got multiple flow states like that, Alex T. Like, I can get it. Like, I'm in kind of a jokey mood right now, obviously, making a lot of jokes. That's kind of a dangerous flow state because people get sick of jokes after a while. Debate is easy to talk about indefinitely because its subject matter, well, it's just such a beautiful thing in the way that it makes something that's impossibly complicated dramatically simple. But to get from something that's impossibly complicated, you couldn't even dream of taxing all that shit out or whatever. To get from there to incredibly straightforward and simple, really, takes a lot of specialized knowledge and also very good intuition about that specialized knowledge. But regardless of that, the specialized knowledge is, well, it's not necessarily hard to get, but it's hard to fully understand without the correlative debate experience. So I can explain a bunch of debate concepts to people, but they'll never experience running them in a round. And there's something that you can't exactly substitute for that. Round experience is a precondition for most people to understanding how the arguments work, although it may not be the case for people who've got really 7-ish SI, because some SI least of all needs to experience things to understand them in full to the capacity to which they're able to understand them in full. So, SI Polar is saying, okay, I'm always going to operate on things I can know rather than things I have to learn, which is the SI thing. And if I can't know it, then I guess I'll have to deliberate it with my fourth slot TI and or sort of unconsciously shift over to TE, which they do a lot. Like ENFJs do that a lot. They shift to TE, not really TI. But it's understandable because they're FE DOMs, just like I switched to SE in certain circumstances. It was strange recognizing after the fact how my totally unconscious 8th slot SE just how much it links to my 5th slot ignoring NI. Like, took me 2 days from successfully personally diagnosing her as having serotonin syndrome to think about it enough to email the psychiatrist, because I needed to understand in some sense very clearly why I was emailing the psychiatrist, because I didn't actually email him until I knew, okay, we're going to the doctor tomorrow or Monday. I need to, and when I get to the doctor, I have some questions, and I realize, okay, I have some questions about what questions I have, which means I need more information from the shrink so I can know what questions actually I have here. Am I asking this question or this question? Depends on whether this fact or this fact is validated by the shrink. I need information now to proceed any further, and we're going to do something that requires me to take metaphysical action. That is to say, when I anticipated now, okay, now we're going to the doctor on Monday, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so I'm gonna be taking action now. But I still wasn't thinking about taking action really. I was thinking, now I'm gonna be in a situation where I have to be correct about things. I have to know what I need to know going in, because I'm a deciding type. I'm not a knowing type. So I'm gonna have to do a little work here to know what I need to know. Email this guy. I gotta Google a couple things and make sure that when I go see that doctor, I don't walk out of there going, I needed to ask that, but I didn't think about this enough. Which has happened to me in similar kind of situations-ish, similar-ish kind of situations in the past. They happen decreasingly often because when that happens to me one time, like, okay, I just walked out of this engagement with this person, and I had walked in totally thinking that I didn't need to do any strategizing about this, and I walked out realizing I needed to have done some strategizing about that. That's a lesson I will usually learn from. Like, okay, next time I encounter this kind of thing, there's no way I'm not strategizing about it beforehand. Because I hate getting people getting the better of me like that. I just absolutely fucking hate it. Like, I just got outsmarted. Oh my god. I cannot tolerate it. It's like, oh, Eric. And I'm sitting in my car, like, after I get outsmarted in a situation like this, which is basically I get shuffled in and out of something before I have a chance to realize, wait, hold on a second, I'm gonna call bullshit on this. But they somehow like bamboozled me through a process before I quite realized it needed to get bullshit called on it, and I'm outside. And then what I'm really thinking is, oh my god, that fucking person in there pulled the shit off on me, got away with it, and I'm sure is smugly smiling into their cup of coffee right now. Fucking hell, how could you let that happen, Eric? But of course, it's a fair loss, so I just go, well, you win some, you lose some. that person just fucking schooled you, and you're just gonna have to learn from this because you hate getting schooled. I didn't get schooled today, the doctor, because I had plenty of time to think about it. When I do think about things before I enter into a context like that, then I'm not worried about getting schooled. The only instance like that where I'd be worried about getting schooled is because I wasn't aware ahead of time that I needed to strategize, and I won't make that mistake again. So, anyhow, but it is weird how, like, my SE, just like I say, literally was in tow behind my NE. It wasn't until my NE said, okay, in order for me to do the action I need to do, you need to do something now. Obviously, through any other sort of frame of reference than mine, instead of diagnosing her myself correctly and then spending 2 days realizing slowly that, okay, I should email the psychiatrist, any normal way of approaching this would be to not diagnose it because you're not a doctor, and to immediately contact the doctor rather than wait until whippets trigger your NI enough that you diagnose it like 2 days after she complains about the symptoms, and then act upon that correct intuition 2 days after that. So, wow. Weird, you know? And being completely unaware that this is even going on until after the fact is the other strange thing about it. Like, none of these SE questions or frames of reference even occurred to me until, like, today, you know? It's so strange. But regardless, I'm going to paraphrase Men Like God's paraphrase of the Grateful Dead's paraphrase of the Ungrateful Dead, which is the vast majority of the dead. Nobody's grateful for dying, you know. It's like, who am I giving thanks to? My murderer? When it's Thanksgiving dinner and I go around the table, when we go around the table and say what we're thankful for, nobody says, my murderer. Literally nobody says that. Yeah, that's why I'm just so thankful for my murderer. So that I could be here in spirit form today instead of alive. Literally nobody says that. Oh, well, that's not true. I just said it. So I'm lying. Lying again, Eric. You're chronic, compulsive liars. Not Balfour. That Balfour. He's always forgetting what a bowel's for. A bowel is for pooping. He seems to think it's for misleading people down a path of wrong religion. And no matter how much finger wagging I do at him, he continues to not understand what his bowels are for. Bowels are for pooping. And that's it. No gerbils, no religious indoctrination, no demonic possession, and zero hammering of tenants onto church doors. You feel like a rogue ex-NFP? Okay, well, I don't think there are any non-rogue ex-NFPs, actually. They're all rogue. They've all gone rogue. They've all left the reservation. And, given all the murderous training we've given them, who knows what they're going to do now. Alright, well, I'm going to go to bed. Thanks for being here. I love you all very much. I appreciate your glory. And I value your majesty. And your just special goodness. Not to mention, of course, your refined elegance. I think of all the qualities of you that impress me, it's your refined elegance that impresses me the most. Both because it's refined, and, that's right, there's an additional factor. It's not just that it's refined, you see. It's additionally, the thing that really just blows me away about you and makes me just want to go, oh, this person is magnificent. It's not merely the sophistication of your refinement, okay? Although we've established that that is one component of it, but I want to stress there's an additional component here. It's the refinement of your elegance that really blows me away. So now that we're clear on that, I bid you adieu. I wish you good night. And I conclude this, history's very longest and most unnecessarily extended, goodbye.